when you're ready to get going.
On our end.
Okay, all right. All right, good evening and welcome. I call to order the April 26, 2021 City Council Successor Agency to the Redevelopment Agency Housing Authority regular meeting. Would you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. All right, so at this point, we're on item 3, council communications and announcements. Our brief items from members of the City Council regarding upcoming events in the community and correspondence that they have received. They are informational in nature and no action will be taken on these items at this meeting. So is there any council members who wish to? All right, Vice Mayor McDowell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to let the community know that last Thursday was Library Reopening Day in San Carlos. Our beloved San Carlos Library reopened. In-library express service is now available Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays from 10 to 1 and 2 to 5. And the rest of the days is still curbside service as normal. So go on down to the library. It looks great. They're taking lots of COVID precautions and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McDowell. All right. I'm not seeing any additional hands raised from council at this time, so we'll move on to public comment. Persons wishing to address the City Council on matters not on the posted agenda may do so. Each speaker is limited to 2 minutes. If the item you are speaking on is not listed on the agenda, please be advised that the City Council may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed as allowed under the Brown Act. The City Council's general policy is to refer items to staff for attention or have a matter placed on a future City Council agenda for a more comprehensive action or report and formal public discussion and input at that time. Crystal, are there any members of the public who wish to make comment?
No, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay. All right. So at this point then, we'll take reports to council. This is to receive a report on the effect of the tie vote on the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision denying the 977 Laurel Street condominium conversion request, continued from the April 12th, 2021 City Council meeting. And I understand City Attorney Grubens will be making the report this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. As you can see from the report that's in your packet, after the late meeting we had last time, I was able to quickly determine the result of a tie vote. And the report out is that in our code at section 18.27.150H, it contemplates what happens when there's a tie vote on an appeal, and the tie vote of the council has the effect of denying the appeal and upholding the decision of the Planning Commission. There's no action required on your part. The purpose of the continuance was to allow me to report on what the result was, just so that it, because there, although I thought I had the right answer, I hadn't confirmed at the time of at the end of that night.
Okay, thank you. All right, any comments from council? All right, Crystal, any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
No, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, all right, then we'll move to agenda item 6, the study session, discuss the operating budget process and general overview. I understand this evening we'll be taking a retrospective look with respect to tax revenues, spend, accomplishments, and our first presenter on general and financial overview is Jeff Maltby, City Manager, and Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Let me just get situated here with PowerPoint, see if I can. I don't seem to be able to control the slide movement.
Okay, I'll help advance the slides for you.
Great, thank you. Why don't we go to the first slide then? Thank you. So as the council's aware, our budget study session process this year is broken into two sessions. Tonight and this coming Saturday, May 1st, will be session 2. And I believe, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we're starting at 9 a.m. on Saturday. So we invite the members of the public to join us then. Tonight really is about looking back at our current budget and where we've been and how we got there and what we've accomplished. Any good budgeting process needs to keep those things in mind as we look towards the planning for the future. It's important to know how we got to the present. And so we're going to get a lot of great information from our department heads tonight. But before we start to hear from them in their presentations, you'll get a little bit of an overview from myself and Rebecca Mendenhall, our Administrative Services Director. So let's go to the next slide. So pre-pandemic, from 2015 to 2020, we saw in San Carlos pretty significant revenue growth, averaging about 7% a year. And we were able to grow our expenditures and our programs and do more public improvement projects as a result, set more money aside into building reserves and planning for larger capital improvement projects, such as the rebuilding of Fire Station 16 that we talked about at our last council meeting. So things were pretty good, and we spun off a number of large surpluses. I think we had surpluses 10 straight years in a row to sort of balance off the prior 10 years that were 10 straight years of budget deficits. And then we entered the pandemic year, which obviously has kind of been a year unto itself. Let's take a look at the next slide. So in February of 2020, we established the current base budget. In March of 2020, COVID-19 struck us, first with the cruise ship and hotel response, as you might recall. And from there, it bloomed out to kind of a worldwide issue very quickly. And we continue to deal with that today. In May of 2020, the council took swift action in addressing the budget situation. We revised our base budget estimates quickly to determine that we had about a $5.3 million deficit that we were projecting, much of which came from anticipated revenue loss based on COVID-19 closures. In addition to that, we had increased expenditures, wanting to make sure that those in our community that were unable to work had access to food, that there were rental assistance programs in place, business programs in place, the downtown outdoor dining program so that our restaurants could continue to operate, our downtown could continue to operate in a very uncertain economic climate, and folks had a place to go with their families, that they would feel safe during the pandemic. All these things were obviously unanticipated by us the year prior when we put that budget together for those types of expenses that were being incurred. We directed staff to prepare for council's consideration 10% budget reductions options. This didn't mean that the council needed to cut a full 10% across the board, but we like to, particularly when we're cutting the budget, provide the council with options so that you can weigh, one difficult choice against another to make sure that the programs and services and projects that are continuing on in a downtime are in fact reflect the council's priorities. Let's take a look at the next slide. Thank you. So there were many difficult decisions, as I'm sure you recall. Employees were asked to give back 3% and 3.5% raises in different employee groups that had been agreed to in a prior year with the city council. Salaries for ASME unit were held flat. There were reductions and reduced benefits and elimination of the 457 match program, which is a retirement account program for employees. We capped vacation accrual so that you could no longer receive financial cash out if you were unable to use all your vacation time in a given year. We eliminated 7 full-time and part-time positions, 4 positions in community development, I think 2 of which had just about a month prior to the pandemic hitting been created and funded by the council. 2 full-time and many part-time positions in recreation. It was our Parks and Recreation Department was specifically hit and affected by COVID because so much of what they traditionally do wasn't allowed during the pandemic, and we're just seeing the department begin to grow out of that now and bring programming back online that had been in place for many years. And we eliminated 1 full-time position in our Public Works Department. So we didn't end there. There was a lot more difficult considerations that the council had to wrestle with as we put together this current budget that we're operating under right now. We eliminated contract emergency services district coordinator position that we were sharing with the county. We eliminated numerous special events that we weren't able to hold due to COVID restrictions. We eliminated the Citizens Academy, employee recognition events, professional video production and outreach. We reduced conferences and trainings citywide. And we were able to do this without a major impact on our city services to the community. Many of these things were going to be curtailed sort of naturally under the state COVID reduction orders and what was allowed to happen. Conferences weren't going to be held because there wasn't enough time to put them together virtually, particularly towards the beginning of the pandemic. Next slide, please. So this slide gives you an indication of how we got there in terms of the various elements, cuts to the operating budget, staff and salary and benefit reductions, other expenditures, and the use of reserves, of which we didn't have to use nearly as much as we had anticipated, as things, our revenue overall impacts weren't quite as severe as we were forced to plan for. Next slide. So we continue to do our strategic planning. That's a key milestone in our budget preparation process, where we have the opportunity to do our strategic plan in January and really hear from our city council, who are sharing with us what they're hearing from members of the public. Folks fresh off the campaign trail are able to share their experiences if it's an election year. And that all gets built into and prioritized by the city council to become part of our strategic plan. And the timing of that in January is critical for us, because pretty much as soon as we're done with the strategic plan, the staff starts on the budget process, which has led us up to tonight, and will continue on through June, when we anticipate the council adopting a new budget at their second meeting in June, I believe we're targeting. So we've been working for months preparing what we call a base budget as we try to piece together the revenues, the changes in state and federal law that may have some effect on our funding, and anticipate new projects or initiatives that are going to generate revenue for the city in the coming year. That all becomes the base budget combined with what we anticipate to be known existing expenditures. Much of our budget at the city might be considered, if you've studied political science, an incremental type line item budget, right? And it grows incrementally because much of what we do from one year to the next and many of the services that we provide from one year to the next remain very stable and unchanged, which is what typically the public wants. They depend on those services. They don't want to see those services, public safety services, building inspection services, health and safety services, even parks and rec services change dramatically from one year to the next so that they can plan their lives around utilizing and accessing those services. And so much of what we end up talking about typically in the budget process, and really what you'll probably spend the majority of your time talking about at our next study session on Saturday, are those incremental changes, those differences, and they're big differences, and they're important to us, and they reflect current priorities, but they tend to be, as Sean and Deb, our facilitators from the strategic planning process, would say, they're the tip of the iceberg, right? And so tonight we're going to hear what's below the waterline, what continues, what doesn't necessarily get a lot of attention during the budget process, because we're all anticipating that those services are going to continue on without significant change in most instances. Next slide, please. So in 2021, we did our citizen survey, which we do every other year. And this was reported out to council, but it's something we like to keep in mind as we enter our budget process, which is a significant planning milestone that we do every year. Even when we do a 2-year budget, we still check in at that mid-year mark. And 82% of residents in our city were very or somewhat satisfied with the city's municipal services. And 82% of respondents were satisfied with the city's communication efforts. And as we heard from our consultant, these were very good numbers compared with other cities of which they survey for many, many in the state of California. Next slide, please. 91% of residents reported a good or excellent quality of life in San Carlos, which is not surprising, and we're really happy to hear. And we hold that statistic very close to our heart as something that we would like to see only ever increase and not decrease. Next slide, please. Future focuses that we heard about, providing fire protection services really jumped up in this current survey, particularly around concerns around wildfire threats. We've ramped up our services in that area and our preparation in that area to help keep the community safe, and we'll continue those efforts and have some additional proposals in the coming budget. Repairing and maintaining streets and roadway infrastructure remains a high priority to our residents, and providing high quality police services. Those were 3 of the top categories and concerns that we heard from our residents in the last survey. Next slide, please. In addition, affordable housing, while limiting growth and development, there's a little bit of a knot to untie and a little subtlety to that information in the community. But one thing we can take away from that particular information is that the council's efforts to share with the community the housing crisis that exists in the Bay Area and what it means for our community and our residents has been received by the community. That message is getting out there and it's having an effect. People's understanding of the issue seems to be deeper than it was several years ago. And as such, it rose up the scale as a priority. for our community. Reducing traffic and congestion, which might be the one silver lining of the pandemic for city services. I think we definitely achieved that unexpectedly in the last year. But as things return to normal, we'd expect to encounter some of the traditional traffic problems that we've had around town. Efforts continue, and we have really focused on that in some of our staff recommendations that you'll hear on Saturday about how we might do a better job with roadway projects and put additional resources towards that effort. And then providing additional public parking for downtown seems to be one of the hardy perennials that always makes sort of the top tier in our citizen survey. Next slide, please. We also had the opportunity to check in with the community on impacts from the pandemic on the respondents and their households. 2/3 reported that they had switched from commuting to work to working from home, which is almost a mind-boggling number if you think about it, what that represents in our city and region-wide. A quarter experienced reduction in work hours or salary as a result of the pandemic. A fifth reported that their financial situation had worsened. And it was also indicated, particularly early on in the pandemic, that it was harder to find childcare, which is not surprising given the difficulties around schools and childcare centers, particularly in the under the early operating rules of the pandemic. So, putting San Carlos in context, as a municipal organization, as a city government, we're actually really different than most of our neighboring communities and even most communities in Northern California. We're organized a bit more in a Southern California city model way, where we share services and with neighboring agencies. And we've kind of taken that to an extreme for our region, but it's actually fairly common within the state, just not particularly this region. And it started a long time ago, sharing things like our sewer treatment plant with our neighbors. It's a multi-billion-dollar piece of infrastructure that we've been investing heavily in for the last decade. And I'm sure we're all aware of the sewer rate increases that have gone on and had to be put in place to pay for such a large project and to improve not only the plant infrastructure, but our own collection system pipes, many of which were nearing 70, 80, 90 years old, and really beginning to break down and struggle to meet the needs of the community in a safe and healthy way. Those costs would be dwarfed if we weren't in partnership with our neighboring communities. To be able to share those costs with our neighbors on a plant that's modern and efficient and able to keep our community's health safe and functioning the way that folks would expect to protect their property and their livelihoods and their families in our community. So we have far fewer staff as a result of how we're structured than most of our neighbors on a per capita basis compared to population size, because we share a police department with the sheriff's office, and we share a fire department with Redwood City. Those employees aren't on our books. They're carried by those organizations, and we buy service from them as opposed to stand up our own services. But we've done so in such a way that still gives us local control over those services. We buy what we want. We direct our own activities like any city would within our city limits, utilizing and sharing resources with our neighbors, which we have a long tradition with, and which many of our neighboring communities have a tradition with as well. If you compared these numbers to communities that don't share anything, that you'd see even more employees in cities these size in some parts of the state. So we do a lot of sharing, and San Carlos has really embraced that and tried to take that to the next level, which has made us a very efficient and streamlined organization, able to meet a lot of challenges, able to bring to bear a lot of resources when we need, even more resources than any city our size could expect in similar circumstances that wasn't organized in the way that we are. Next slide, please. So this gives you an idea of revenue per capita and how we're structured. And the discussion of revenue between one city and another, we could literally spend a week discussing just this particular issue. But it's a question we've gotten from the public a number of times over the years, particularly when things take a downturn and they might ask, well, my mom lives in Burlingame. How come they're not dealing with the same type of issues that you're dealing with in San Carlos? And it's because while everybody pays property tax under the same state law and cities operate under the same type of legal framework for other taxes like sales tax or hotel transit occupancy tax and those kinds of things, there are some important differences. If you take a look at Belmont and you look at revenue per capita, they would be the lowest. But what's not reflected in that statistic is the fact that they also have a separate entity, a separate jurisdiction operating their fire protection district, which is paying for fire. So they also don't have any fire department to pay for within that number. Now it's all, it's really the same organization, but it's broken out differently. So the numbers make that difficult to discern sometimes. But really the major difference is San Carlos receives a fairly small share of its property tax relative to a lot of other communities. Some communities in San Mateo County receive 3 times more of their own property tax money back than we do. And it all stems back to the 1970s and Proposition 13. When Proposition 13 passed and took effect, up until that point, cities could raise or lower their own property tax rates every year. So that would be an action that the council would have to take and had to take in terms of determining what that tax rate was going to be for the coming year. And San Carlos was a very fiscally conservative city even then, and didn't want to overburden their residents. And so they would really do, everything they could to keep that tax rate as low as they could, knowing that, if they had a big project or expense they needed to do, they could raise the tax rate up next year and pay for that and then lower it back down again. So it happened to be particularly low, even for the history of the city at the time that legislation went into effect. And it froze the tax rate at that level. So today we receive about 11 cents on the dollar of what a resident property owner in our town pays in property tax. And the rest goes to other agencies, schools and counties and special districts and other things get a greater share of our property tax revenue than some other cities that in the county that receive upwards of 35 cents on the dollar in property tax. And there's no changing that. That's fixed in time under the current laws of the state of California. It would require a statewide change in how that's all handled to be able to change that particular issue. In addition, San Carlos as a city doesn't really have any special taxes. We don't have a special property tax or a special sales tax that other cities do. And then you can get into some regional differences. Obviously, Burlingame has an unusually high number of hotels for a community their size because of their proximity to the San Francisco International Airport. Others have, shopping malls or other things. Foster City is a very different type of community because it's about 50 or 60 years younger than all the other communities on the peninsula. So it was built in a more modern era. And as such, sort of had more big box retail incorporated into its initial development. And all those things add up to create a very different revenue picture from one city to the next, even if you're talking about just 10 feet from over the city limit line from one community to the next, you can see really large differences. Next slide, please. So safety and other city services spending per capita, as you can see, we are actually fairly low relative, and that has to do with the model in which we employ. And you look at cities like Los Gatos and Belmont on the chart, and that's just reflecting just their police services. Yet our police department is bigger than their police department and offers more services to the community, but it's under a very different model. And the model is inherently more efficient than trying to operate. Small cities and small city departments can be inherently inefficient from a financial perspective. And our sharing and partnerships with other agencies has really mitigated that, made it very cost effective, but also made the service delivery very robust. Next slide, please. So we always like to look ahead at budget threats. There's always, potential storm clouds on the horizon, and the sooner we acknowledge that and keep that on the radar, the easier they are and the better position we are to manage any negative effects that begin to pop up or threats that turn into a reality. COVID-19 and sort of the reopening of the world is going to bring a lot of almost as much uncertainty with it as the shutting down process did. So we're sensitive to that. We're sensitive to the fact that different industries are going to bounce back at different rates than one another and are going to have different needs within our community for some time here as things begin to return to normal. Climate change and the effects on our community, I think, are indisputable. I am a lifelong Bay Area native, and our climate is not the same as it was when I was growing up. It is more severe. We are in what's being called a mega drought, and we need to, continue to do the good work that we're doing in that area to plan for the effects on our community so that they don't hit us all at once and that they don't catch us off guard. Our work in terms of wildfire protection, 20 years ago, probably, if folks just turned on our meeting tonight and heard us talking about that, would think we'd lost our minds. Why would we be talking about that in San Carlos? There's like one wildfire in 100 years. We had a wildfire on the coast that was very significant last year in an area that is, it's not essentially, it's a rainforest. And if that doesn't wake us all up, I don't know, what will. And so we're responding to those threats by planning for them, looking at our climate mitigation and adaptation plan work, our work in terms of sustainable energy for the community in conjunction with others in the county. Water conservation efforts have been significant in our city over the years, and we're prepared to partner with Cal Water to continue those efforts in the future. We heard a report earlier this year and the last several years from our Public Works Department talking about the declining state of quality of our pavement within the city and the need for budgeting additional resources. The council responded immediately by allocating additional resources for that program. And we're going to be providing you options next Saturday to continue to fund it at that high level, and in fact, even push it higher and get more of our pavement upgraded and maintained in the coming 2-year budget. We're always watching rising public safety costs, public pension costs. These are things that traditionally have over decades outpaced our revenue growth. So they're sort of systemic threats to our budget and financial stability. And so we watch those closely, always talking with our partners and internally about how we can find ways to provide the same level of service or greater service, but from a more efficient financial cost base. The council has been willing over the years to take a lot of the unexpected surplus money that we received and make prepayments, take advantage of the opportunity that you could get a very high rate of return on that money by making prepayments to CalPERS, our retirement system, to drive down our annual pension obligations. And at this point, you have, by investing that money, have saved well over $1 million a year in what your annual contribution rate would be. So that's $1 million that you have in the budget to invest in other programs and services and not have to send off to CalPERS as a required payment. Next slide, please. All right, well, that's the end of my presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca to kind of walk you through some of the revenue and expenditure categories as an overview of how the budget is structured every year. And then we're going to hear from our departments. So thank you very much.
So Jeff, just a quick question with respect to procedure. Is it your expectation that we'll run through all of the presentations from all of the department heads and then take questions?
I was going to suggest that you hear from myself and then Rebecca, and then you can ask Rebecca and I questions, and then just hear from each department and then ask them questions before moving on to the next.
Okay, and then does that also align with how we would do public comment at the same time, or public comment all the way at the end?
I would just take public comment at one time, typically.
Great. Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Thank you. Rebecca?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director. So this is actually one of my favorite graphics in the budget book because I think it gives you an overview of all of the funds that we have. So the city's budget consists of 18 different funds, not just the one that we typically refer to, and these can be grouped in 6 different categories. The one that we typically refer to is the general fund, as that's the primary operating fund of the city and is used to account for most day-to-day activities. These revenue sources include property taxes, sales taxes, transient occupancy taxes, or otherwise known as hotel taxes, fees for services and business registration. Our enterprise funds are similar to a private business enterprise, whereas the cost of providing the service is funded primarily through user charges. So for the city, this enterprise fund is our sewer fund, and the sewer rates are used to fund our sewage treatment, transmission, and capital improvements to our sewage system. Our other revenue funds are used to account for revenue sources for which expenditures are restricted by law or administrative action for specific purposes. These funds include the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES, police grants, and the library tenant funds. Our capital funds are those funds that are set up to specifically account for long-term capital projects. We have several capital funds for different types of infrastructure projects, including equipment replacement, gas tax, Measure A, Measure W funds, which are used for street projects, and housing, parking in lieu. And you may hear us refer to Capital Fund 25, as that is our general capital fund that's used for infrastructure projects that may not have a restricted funding source. Our City Debt Service Fund was created to capture the tax levies that you see on your property tax bill associated with the general obligation or GO bonds from the construction of the library. Those bonds will be paid off in August of 2026. And finally, the internal service funds are used to account for activities and services provided by a designated department on a cost reimbursement basis. So this includes workers' compensation, general liability, and post-employment benefits. Next slide, thank you. So as part of our budget, we have to establish control. And so our budgetary control is maintained at the department and or program level. Budgets are monitored in our financial system at the line item level, and departments get notified when they don't have funds available in that line item. The city manager has the authority to transfer funds between departments within the same fund, but any transfers between funds or additional appropriation requests require council approval. And council has provided quarterly financial reports to monitor the financial condition of the city. Next slide, please. So before we discuss the proposed budget at the next study session on Saturday, we wanted to give you an update as to the current fiscal performance and projections. So as Jeff mentioned earlier, planning for this fiscal year was very challenging as we were unsure as to what the impact of the pandemic would have on the economy. The council made some difficult decisions and we reduced our budget to attempt to account for this uncertainty. For example, our current year budgeted revenues are approximately $6 million less than our audited results from last year. So as noted in the chart here, some of the revenue losses originally anticipated were not realized to the extent expected. So some of the larger variances include from other agencies, that line item shows an increase of $300,000 over budget, as this includes the one-time funding we received from the Federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, otherwise known as the CARES Act, which was reimbursed the city for expenses associated with pandemic assistance. So we received a total of $370,000 in CARES Act funding last fall. And the majority of this was applied to payments that council approved from the general fund to assist the community, including the SMC Strong Fund, One Life Counseling, Caring Cupboard, Meals on Wheels, and Neighbor to Neighbor. Some of the CARES Act funding was also returned to the Housing Fund for the payment that was made to the San Carlos Tenant Assistance Program. Our licenses and permit revenue is projected to be over budget by about $700,000. These fees include building, electrical, plumbing, and mechanical permits. So the timing of when developers pull their permits can vary, and as such, this amount can fluctuate. During the stay-at-home orders, some residents took the opportunity to make improvements to their homes while working remotely, which increased this particular revenue stream. It's possible that we may experience further growth in this line item depending on development activity between now and the end of the fiscal year. Property tax is projected to come in short of budget by about $600,000. And the primary reason for this drop is the tax increment revenue. So after the redevelopment agencies were dissolved in 2011, tax increment revenue that would have gone to the RDAs, or the redevelopment agencies, was deposited into the Redevelopment Property Tax Trust Fund, RPTTF. Those funds are then administered and distributed to local taxing agencies by the county. In May of last year, the California Court of Appeals changed the calculations for this distribution, which negatively impacted the amount of residual property tax the city will receive. For sales tax, this is projected to be higher than budget by about $700,000. So the large decreases in sales tax revenue that we projected at the start of the pandemic did not materialize to the level expected, as businesses were able to modify their delivery of products and services to continue to serve their customers. The building construction sector with the increased price of lumber and the demand for home projects saw strong gains that remain consistent throughout the calendar year, which is also shown in our license and permits revenue. Exponential growth from the countywide tax pools further offset the declines. However, these gains in sales tax, while we're seeing them over budget, they're still projected to be less than $1 million less than last year's audited financial statements. Transient occupancy tax, or hotel tax, is also projected to be about $700,000 higher than budget. Although the shelter-in-place orders were in effect, hotels were still renting rooms to essential workers, so our occupancy rates didn't drop as much as we expected, resulting in increases over budget. However, again, it's important to note that these projections are still $1 million less than the actual numbers we received last year. Other uses of money and property includes rentals, leases, digital billboards, and investment earnings. This revenue is projected to be about $700,000 less than budget due to a larger than expected drop in interest rates and less revenue expected from our rental properties and digital billboards as a result of the pandemic. Vehicle and lieu revenue is projected to come in $780,000 less than budget. The reason for this is due to a countywide shortfall in funding for this property tax in lieu instead of motor vehicle license fees. So several years ago, the state changed the funding for motor vehicle fees and instead backfills it with property tax in lieu. So every agency in the county is experiencing a similar reduction due to the number of non-basic aid school districts, which in turn leaves less funding available to the distribution to the cities. So this county is working with the state to recover these funds, but the soonest this will be repaid is next June. Expenditures are, so moving on to expenditures. Expenditures are projected to be close to $1 million less than budget, and this is primarily due to holding vacant positions open and savings from the timing of professional services expenses tied to large-scale development projects. So although the city eliminated some vacant positions last fiscal year, there were still some funded positions that had vacancies or were underfilled this year, which resulted in savings. In addition to these vacancies or underfilled positions, there may be salary savings for employees who have not yet reached the top step of their positions. Next slide, please. So moving on to our budget and the performance measures, several years ago, we transitioned from the departmental budgeting at a line item level to a full program and performance-based budget model. So tonight, each department will present their major program services, achievements from the current fiscal year, their performance measures, and then their goals for the next fiscal years. So with that, Jeff, I understand we're going to take questions at this point.
Yes, thank you, Rebecca. So any questions at this point for Jeff or Rebecca on their presentations? All right, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, so I think we can move to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Jeff and Rebecca.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next will be the City Council and City Manager Department presentation. Tara Peterson, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Council. I will be presenting both the City Council and the City Manager's budgets. We'll begin with the City Council budget. Our City Council is led by the 5 individuals you see here, with our mayor and vice mayor leading the charge. They've all been elected to 4-year terms, and right now we're in a great place. We have the newest council member, John Dugan, and he's getting up to speed very quickly. So we're very pleased to have him join this group. Next slide, thank you. So the things that the council does, besides a million things that you just can't even begin to list here, is to look at what's happening at the state and federal level in terms of legislative activities. What bills are being presented, passed, what will impact San Carlos, what should the city support, what should we oppose to better serve our community. So that's a big undertaking that our department does along with the council under their direction. Also, the council establishes the policy for the city and provides direction as to how that policy is to be carried out. The council also, as we're doing this evening, does all of the budgeting in terms of setting the policy, ensuring that we are maintaining a fiscally sustainable budget, that we are overseeing it, and that we are always in good financial shape. The council also individually serve on various regional boards and commissions, and they also serve the community through active engagement. And this is very important to council. They've made it very clear over the years through their strategic planning that engaging with the community is very important to the council. So not only do they become engaged, but the staff is also engaged. And what's meant by engagement is that we're not only listening, but we're also actively discussing important issues, hearing from the community what they think about the positions, and really trying to always do what we think is best to address those community needs. And finally, the strategic plan is something that the council does every year that Jeff already mentioned. But what's great about the timing of our strategic plan and our community surveys is that the council can really tie what the council thinks is important for us to be doing to what the community feels we should be doing. Next slide, please. So what the accomplishments for 2020 and 2021 for the council, the first thing I need to mention is the COVID pandemic. That just kind of threw us through a loop. We already had kind of plans in mind, how we thought the year would look, but this happened to us in March. And the council took us on a journey responding to all the community needs, if it was needs for funding or needs for support. And we worked regionally with the county and other cities. And I just think the council has done a tremendous job on providing that leadership that both the city staff as well as the community has needed this year. So with regard more to the strategic plan, the council has planned for changes in land use and economic development. Council has supported the creation of housing, and this includes inclusive housing, both for all kinds of economic levels, including low-income housing. And finally, the council has supported the expansion of childcare facilities. Next slide, please. The council has also pursued plans and strategies for improving mobility, traffic, parking, infrastructure for transportation, and street maintenance. And the council has prepared for public safety emergencies and other potential emergencies by developing and implementing risk mitigation and reduction strategies. Jeff already mentioned that we are really preparing for wildfire, and we've done that by having community meetings. We also did a lot of work on preparing for PG&E power shutoffs, and we're also continuing to do a lot of planning in terms of our climate mitigation and adaptation plan. So next slide, thank you. And council also has promoted access to youth programming and has implemented a number of sustainability initiatives, not only with the climate mitigation and adaptation plan, but also by adopting REACH codes, electrification REACH codes earlier this year. Next slide, please. So what we do is to look at the performance measures for council is how many boards and committees the council participates on. And in 2020, the number was 42, and 2021 projected is 35. This generally grows by 1 or 2, depending upon what kinds of things have risen to the top in terms of priority for the community. So that might change as we move through 2021 into 2022. And then in our community satisfaction survey, we gauge how residents feel about how responsive the city is to them. And this is a good number, and we do, for what you see on this projected number is actually an actual, because we did the survey already for 2021 and it has gone up. So the community as a whole feels good that the council's listening to them. And then the percent of residents who feel that the city's efforts to provide municipal service are satisfactory, that usually hovers in this low 80s, and that's a very good number. If you'll recall back to when the surveyor provided the report to council on these numbers, that's a very high number amongst most cities that he had surveyed. And finally, the number of residents who indicate that they trust the city, this is also very high in terms of what other agencies are doing. So in the 70s is a good number, and we saw that it grew a little bit during the pandemic. Next slide, please. So the goals for 21, 20 to 23 will again be focused on the strategic plan. So the council plans to work with all interested members of the community to develop a plan to understand and ensure that the East Side and the downtown both meet the needs of the community and the businesses now and into the future in terms of land use, transportation, and economic development. The council also actively encourage and support the creation of inclusive housing. Next slide, please. The council will pursue plans and strategies for improving mobility, traffic, parking, transportation infrastructure, and street maintenance, as mentioned before. and also to prepare for public safety emergencies by having risk mitigation and reduction strategies in mind. Next slide, please. Council will continue to provide leadership throughout the COVID-19 pandemic as we hope to end this thing before we're talking about the next budget next year. Council will be supporting the expansion of childcare facilities, as well as promoting access to youth programming. And Council will be implementing sustainability initiatives to address climate change. As again, Jeff had mentioned, that we are working on the climate mitigation and adaptation plan, which we hope to have Council approval on later this year. Next slide, please. Okay, I can answer any questions about the Council budget if there are.
All right, any questions from Council? All right, I don't see any. Thank you so much, Tara. So our next presentation will be from City Attorney Greg Rubens.
No, actually, I'm going to do the city manager's budget now.
Oh, got it. Oh, sorry.
I had two departments, so sorry about that confusion.
You threw me for a loop. All right, thank you.
we will be doing that to you a couple of times this evening. So the city manager's budget, okay, we're moving a little forward. Okay, well, this is fine. We can stop there. So, so we have 6 individuals working in the department led by City Manager Jeff Maltby. We have a senior management analyst who handles many of the council as well as city special projects. We have a management analyst focused on communications. So he handles our social media, our website, all of our newsletters. And then we have a management analyst who's handling our all of our climate mitigation and sustainability issues. And of course, we have Nakia, our executive assistant, without whom we couldn't do all of the work that we do. Next slide, please. All right, so the major services that our department provides is the management of the overall city operations, all the departments and our programs. We provide direct support to council. We oversee our community relations with engagement and public information, social media, website, and any special projects. We develop and manage the council's strategic plan, and we oversee the climate action plan and sustainability programs. Next slide, please. So in 2020, 2021, we oversaw the city's COVID-19 pandemic response and the emergency operations, including increased community support. We expanded our spotlight focused newsletter on the community to address really important issues of the day. We facilitated adoption of all electric reach codes. We created a new community video series focused on how to safely bike. And then we coordinated community support initiatives to deploy during the PG&E PSPS events. Next slide, please. So here are some of the key performance measures that we track in our department. We generally have a community satisfaction survey each year, but due to the pandemic, council directed us to do one for 2021 as well. So usually this is one that we do every other year, but we did it 2 years in a row. Fortunately, a lot of things were very similar in terms of what the community felt that we had done in terms of, providing the services that they need, et cetera. But it did also give us an opportunity to ask the community, how COVID had affected them and what their needs might be. The percent of residents finding the city staff professional, again, this is a number that's very high. While it did go down, we think that it might have gone down because just a less feeling of connectedness because City Hall wasn't open this year. They had to deal with this with all of us virtually or on the phone. So I think we might have lost a couple of points because we weren't as face-to-face. The percent of residents satisfied with our services, again, in the low 80s, which is good. The strategic plan tasks undertaken. So council had 6 in last year's plan and we have 7 in this year's plan. And the number of residents who agree that the city does a good job of keeping them engaged, which, as I mentioned, we do a lot of the community outreach from our department. And we're really happy to see that all of those spotlight newsletters and our other efforts have made a difference in how engaged the community feels with us. Next slide, please. So the number of climate action items monitored, this has been 21 for a number of years, but we do expect it to change once the council adopts the CMAP is what I'll refer to it. That's our Climate Mitigation and Adaptation Plan. The residential and commercial annual per capita disposal below the state target, that's yes. So that's really good news that we're keeping our disposal below what the state's requiring. The percent of reduction in greenhouse gas community-wide since 2005. So we did reach the 25% as of 2018, and we're still on track to reach the 40% by 2030, but these might change with the CMAP. And finally, a percent reduction in greenhouse gases by our municipal government since 2005. We're definitely on track here, particularly since we acquire 100% renewable energy through PCE, Peninsula Clean Energy. Next slide, please. So our goals for the coming year are to continue to oversee the city's COVID-19 pandemic response, emergency operations, and hopefully close out of this phase in our history. We also plan to find new and creative ways to expand and improve our community engagement and involvement through our communications efforts. Next slide, please. We plan to complete and implement the Climate Mitigation and Adaptation Plan and other climate-related activities. And we also plan to coordinate emergency management services, which include a lot of planning, hazard mitigation planning, things of that nature. Next slide, please. And with that, I can answer questions about the City Manager's Department.
All right, thank you, Tara. Any questions for Tara at this point?
All right, well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Tara. All right, next up is City Attorney Greg Rubens.
Well, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is my presentation for the budget for next year. Next slide, Crystal, please. I can't control it from where I am. I apologize. So my major services that the City Attorney provides is I basically act as the general legal counsel for the city. So I advise on all the contracts, attend all the City Council and most Planning Commission meetings. I participate in the negotiation for development projects and participate in all the litigation involving the city, including code enforcement and claims and litigation either initiated by or filed against the city. Next slide, please. I'm also responsible for reviewing or drafting ordinances and resolutions of the council. Code enforcement, as I mentioned before. My office does a lot of work on Public Records Act, a tremendous amount. We're seeing more and more Public Records Act requests for emails and other documents that require a great deal of time by my deputy, Kimberly Chu, to help us work through the requests. As you know, Brown Act compliance, I make sure the agendas are in order, make sure that the agendas are posted in a timely manner, and as from time to time you hear me talk about making sure our discussion stays within the posted agenda. And then election law, when we have an election, I advise the city clerk on those issues. So for 2021, I might change the order a little bit. I think I spent most of my time on the city's COVID-19 pandemic response starting in March of 2020, beginning with the hotel, as was mentioned earlier in the starting of the EOC. And then the orders as they changed during the course of the pandemic, I was charged with and provided advice and guidance on the changing rules and regulations that the city and the business community was faced with. And then now I guess we're on what appears to be the better side of the pandemic. At least we're all hoping that we're seeing changes in the orders on the more liberal side, and managing that and the expectations of the community of how that might work. We're hoping to see on June 15th that the governor's plans will take place, and we'll be through the blueprint for the safer economy that we're in right now. So one of the other things I did were the safe harbor procedure that for agenda setting arising out of a case in the North Bay. That case actually was beneficial because it created a safe harbor for agenda setting that the city can and the city council can stay out of concern of the Brown Act by identifying in advance what the agenda item for consideration might be at a meeting. This PG&E settlement that resulted, the second settlement with PG&E that resulted in an additional $1 million to the city general fund out of the ex parte violations that occurred. And ex parte is, there's rules at the CPUC that utilities, including PG&E, must abide by, and they were caught violating those rules, and it resulted in an additional settlement of which San Carlos received $1 million last year. That was additionally, there was another layer because PG&E went bankrupt. So I was able to locate a bankruptcy counsel to help us navigate through the bankruptcy court to make sure that our claim was not discounted as a general creditor. So that was a good result there. Again, drafted and assisted in preparing ordinances that the council directed or is required by state law, and advised the planning and building department on the projects such as the appeal we talked about earlier, and other larger projects that are coming to the city that may require development agreements or other types of interpretation. When the sheriff issues a citation for a municipal code violation, the citation is delivered to my office, and then we process those citations. And under the code, any violation of the city code is considered a misdemeanor, but I have the authority on certain violations to reduce those items to an infraction, which I will consider if it's not a repeat offender and the violation is not willful. I'll look at that. I look at those issues to make sure that, for an example, there's a lot of the complaints or a lot of citations are issued for people in the parks after hours, and sometimes it's young people, or sometimes it's people who are visiting the city and they're not aware of our closures of the parks at sunset. So if it's something that's inadvertent and it's reflected in the report, that probably in most cases is reduced to an infraction. And then we do have claims for liability where people claim injuries against the city, and so I'm monitoring with our defense counsel that's hired by Plan JPA to defend us, and I'm actually trying to be pretty active in those because I think my experience adds to better settlements for the city in a more prompt and reasonable manner. And then we can go on to the next slide. So accomplishments last year, I supervised outside counsel for an eminent domain matter that's involved a property that the city now has possession of, and when I receive citizens' complaints, I try to have although it's hard in the world we're in now, an open door policy for the citizens to contact me and ask me questions about issues or complaints that they may have. I provided advice and guidance on a significant appeal that the council heard earlier in the year at 622 Walnut. We were proactively addressed the eucalyptus holiday issues for the 2020 in light of the pandemic, and some of the anticipated issues we might see, given that people were locked down, unable to travel out of town or visit family. We actually did anticipate that there might be more activity in that area, and we tried to address it as best we could. And then, given this is maybe related to the pandemic, but we did earlier in the year had a lot of telecom companies eagerly wanting to put in more antennas in town to accommodate the increased traffic from all the people working from home. And one of the companies identified some of the PG&E utility poles that were overloaded, and so they couldn't place their equipment on overloaded poles. And so we developed a temporary plan that when PG&E replaces a pole, they can go back on the main pole, and we worked with PG&E to have a reasonable timeline for that to happen. Next slide, please. So there's performance measures that my office has, but I don't think they really address the breadth of the services that I provide, but they were the types of performance measures that we can objectively analyze. I try to update the council on updates with case law, but in 2020 there were no live city attorney conferences, and so that affected the number of updates that you received. The monitoring of the outside counsel and dollar amounts, I anticipate that might go up next year because of the amount of development that's going on in town. The code enforcement is pretty steady over the years. It just seems like we get a number of cases and citations and different things, and so it requires some effort on our staff's part and my Kimberly Chu, my deputy, to help analyze that. You can see there were 53 code enforcement cases last year. Each one of those requires some handling, and then a lot of those are the in-house cases that we handle, the code enforcement and the Public Records Act requests. Five of the cases, I mean, most of the code enforcement cases don't go to trial, so this is not included in that, but the civil cases, none of the cases went to trial. We all settled all of them. And then you can see the hours on public record requests and the amount of money that the city has to spend evaluating those. And so goals for 2023, we see with the planning and building department, I foresee a lot of work in those developments. I see a lot of work and effort on our office's part to deal with the East Side Visiting Plan and affordable housing projects that are and units that are going to be coming before the Planning Commission and the City Council. And next slide. I think we will continue to work with the fire department concerning disaster preparedness and fire preparedness issues. The COVID response is not quite over yet. I'm anticipating that it will continue. The issues that we will be addressing from the city attorney's department will continue through the rest of 2021 and possibly beyond that. It just depends on what the course of the disease is and the governor's declaration of emergency when that ends. And we have ongoing negotiation and amendments on our public safety contracts. Next slide, please. And I'm available to answer any questions you might have about my services.
Thank you, Greg. Anyone from council wish to ask any questions of Greg Rubens? Councilmember Rack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Greg, thanks for the presentation. And I just had two, one question and one just sort of comment for I'll start with the comment on your projected sort of items you think you're going to be working on for the next year. I think that I would suggest that potentially add the downtown into that because of Laurel Street. We've got some of it is COVID related, but we have talked about more specific long-term potential looking at some long-term solutions that I think should be added to that list as well. And then I just, can you clarify for me on the in park after dark enforcement? Because we've got, obviously, assume there's, if people have permits to be there because we've got lighting, if there's games or sports events or things like that, that's sort of covered separately by the code. And then, does that, so if I'm just there walking around in Burton Park because I want to get some exercise after dark and the lights are on because there's a game, how does that play into that? I mean, if I'm just sort of an individual citizen taking advantage of the lights being on because someone has a permit to play softball.
Well, I mean, if the lights are on, the parks aren't closed. They're still open. Even it might be there's the lights on our lighted fields are supposed to turn off at 10, but there is still some unpacking and people getting ready to go. It's a complaint-driven process. So when the complaints I see are really at our more natural parks like Eden Park and Upper Arguello Park and Big Canyon Park, where there's not play facilities or things that people would be doing there. It's we get a complaint that people are in the park and making noise late at night, and for whatever, Eden Park has a very attractive area where a lot of people tend to go at night because they have a good view of the Bay Area and the lights, and that's where the most of the complaints are. But Arguello Park, Big Canyon, and Crestview Park get their share of complaints too.
Got it. Understood. Oh, that's helpful. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. I'm not seeing any additional questions, Greg. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
All right. So next up is City Clerk Department, Crystal Mui, City Clerk.
Good evening, Council. I'm Crystal Moy, your City Clerk. Let me move forward here. My department consists of 2 full-time employees, myself and my administrative assistant, Monica. And our department operates under the one program, which is the Council and City Manager Support. Our major services include managing the City Council agenda process, as well as providing meeting support. So that includes preparing and publishing notices prior to the meeting. And after the meetings, we have duties such as preparing the minutes, as well as tasks such as publishing the required notices for ordinances. We also manage recruitment for our city commissions and boards and facilitating an orientation for each new member. As the elections officer for the city, we're responsible for administration of city's municipal election. So that includes assisting residents through the elections process so that we can qualify them as candidates for council or the treasurer seat. We also serve as the compliance officer for Fair Political Practices Commission. And so the main task there is to ensure the timely filing of election forms and the statements of economic interest for our designated city officials. Our department also serves as the records manager for the city. So as such, we assist with research of records for staff, as well as researching records to satisfy public records requests. We maintain the records retention schedule so to ensure that it's up to code, and assist departments with the timely destruction of their records. We also manage the citywide volunteer program, and this includes placing of individual and group volunteers and coordinating events such as the Volunteer Expo and the annual Volunteer Recognition Dinner. And then we also process the incoming and outgoing mail for all the city departments. Okay, so accomplishments for this past year. At the top of the list was transitioning all our council meetings to a virtual setting in order to keep everyone safe, yet provide a way for the community to easily participate and provide their comments and stay engaged. The process required a few tweaks along the way, but I feel that we found a good process that works well for everyone here. So I'm happy to report that. I'm especially proud of my department of 2 in that we were able to continue providing services to the city and our community during the past years as we all navigated through this pandemic. As you're aware, we had a municipal election in 2020 for the election of 2 council seats and a city treasurer. So we were able to safely meet with all the interested residents and provide assistance for those who qualified as candidates, and then virtually getting all our newly elected officials onboarded. We also updated the city's conflict of interest code and the citywide records retention schedule. Also this year, we coordinated commission recruitments for 5 seats and provided orientations to 8 newly appointed commission members. This was the first year that we implemented the new process of having an alternate member and an eligibility list, both which served us really well since we had some unscheduled vacancies that came up in the fall. We continued to digitize various city records and got them into our electronic document management system, so that made it easier for staff to access records while they were working remotely, and also helped with us to process records requests remotely. So speaking of public records requests, we responded to, we're estimating 450 plus records requests this fiscal year. So we were able to respond to those in a timely manner. And lastly, we implemented an electronic filing system for the Fair Political Practices Commissions, the conflict of interest statements, as well as the campaign statements. And we're currently working on a web portal to make those statements available to the public. So key performance measures, we're going to be showing these for the next few slides. These measures show that despite the pandemic, we were able to continue with business. You'll see that for agendas prepared, let me move this, I can't see my slide here. So for agendas prepared and for public meetings supported, we're projecting in fiscal year 2021 to have slightly lower numbers than what we had for our actuals in 2020. That's due to the fact that in our virtual meetings, we hold our closed sessions on the same agenda as our regular meetings. Pre-pandemic, our closed sessions were held in special meetings, so that's required a separate agenda and minutes preparation and posting. The number of resolutions, ordinances, and proclamations, as you'll see, is slightly lower in 21 than our actuals in 2020. As mentioned earlier, we had one election this fiscal year, and I met with 9 interested residents, 5 of which decided to proceed with the running. And due to the pandemic, commission recruitments in 2020 were delayed to 2021. And at that time, we recruited for 5 seats, and I facilitated an orientation for 8 new commissioners. And I want to just take a quick pause right here because I want to make a quick plug that we currently have a vacancy on our Economic Development and Advisory Commission. So if there's any members of the public watching tonight who may be interested in that, please check out our website, cityofsancarlos.org/current openings for information about what that commission does and for the details on that recruitment. Since fiscal year 2015, records requests have substantially been increasing each year. In 2015, we had 222 requests, and that went up to 518 by fiscal year 2019. So in fiscal year 2020, you'll see that we received and responded to 472 records requests. With the pandemic, the number of requests dipped slightly, but not by that much. We're projecting in fiscal year 2021 to have about 465 records requests. I should note that not only have the number of records requests gone up, but the complexity of those requests also. So I work very closely with Greg's office on those. In 2020, we had 70 bingo boxes that contained permanent records scanned and indexed into our document management system. In 2021, we were able to take care of 10 digitizing of those boxes. And we have just over 600 banker boxes off-site, and so I'm looking forward next year to ramping up our scanning project again once we're back in the office so that we can continue to get those records digitized. In addition to continuing to provide our many core services, our goal for the next fiscal year is to obtain a public records request system that would assist with managing the city's records requests. With the records request system, departments can compile the responsive records in one central area so that my office and, if needed, the city attorney's office can review, redact, and then produce those records. This streamlined process would help staff work more efficiently and also cut down on the production time and making it easier for the public to access the records. So once we identify a system that works for us, I'll also be working on implementing the system and then training all the users throughout all the departments on how to use the system. Although this project is not part of the council's strategic plan, it does address the council's goal of aligning staff and resources with the demand for city services. So I'm looking forward to getting that started. And that concludes my presentations. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Crystal. Any questions for City Clerk Nui? All right, thank you, Crystal. Very much appreciated. So our next presentation is on the Administrative Services Department. We'll be hearing from Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director. Rebecca?
Good evening
Welcome
again.
back.
Thank you. Good evening again. Crystal, you can, next slide, please. So my department can best be described as the background of the city. Next slide, please. We have 15 employees that make up 4 different divisions of our department. We have administration and risk management, financial services, human resources, and information technology. Next slide, please. So our administration and risk management division provides strategic planning and special projects oversight. The city is one of 28 member agencies who make up the Pooled Liability Assurance Network, or PLAN, Joint Powers Authority, or JPA. So members collectively participate in risk-sharing programs that have proven to reduce the frequency and amount of losses. Each member has 1 representative on the board, and in addition to a general board member, we also serve on the executive committee and the claims committee. In addition to the PLAN JPA, the city is also one of 5 agencies who make up the city's group JPA, which is a workers' compensation pool program. Just like PLAN, each member has a seat on the board of directors. So both of these pooled programs offer the city a number of training and development opportunities to reduce our risks, which in turn create a safer work environment for our employees. Next slide, please. Our finance division is made up of 6 employees who not only provide general financial support, including accounts payable and accounts receivable, to the city, but we also serve as the financial services provider to 2 other agencies, the City County Association of Governments, or CCAG, and Commute.org. In addition to those financial services of paying bills and collecting revenues, finance also processes payroll biweekly and manages the audit and financial reporting, including the preparation of the budget document, which we're working on right now. We manage the investments, and we also manage the business registration function. Next slide, please. Our human resources division is made up of 2 employees who oversee all of the recruitment and hiring activities, benefits administration, and employee and labor relations. Our information technology division is made up of 4 employees who manage the help desk for all the employees and assist the council members and the commission members. They support our network infrastructure and maintain the security of our internal systems. Next slide, please. So a few of our accomplishments over the last year include the renegotiation of the communications or the dispatch agreement with the County of San Mateo. That's going to be coming forward for council approval later in May. We've developed several comprehensive programs and plans in connection with the COVID-19 pandemic, including the Respiratory Protection Program, the Infectious Disease Outbreak Response Program, and the COVID Prevention Program. And in the past few weeks, we've expanded the claims process to include an electronic submission of claims. Our finance division has spent countless hours working with our FEMA consultants to report our losses and submit reimbursement requests. We've participated in the Silicon Valley Clean Water, or SVCW, WIFIA and SFR loan refunding, which resulted in direct savings for our SRF loan refunding, which resulted in direct savings to our ratepayers. So earlier when I talked about our enterprise fund, this is all related to our sewer fund. So savings here has a direct impact on our ratepayers. Next slide. Last year, the council approved a contract with HDL companies to outsource our transient occupancy tax, or hotel tax collection process. So in addition to streamlining the reporting process for those hotels, HDL is now going to provide compliance audits to ensure that the hotels will be audited at least once every 3 years. And as discussed earlier tonight, last June, 3 of our 4 bargaining units agreed to concessions through employee negotiations. Next slide. So our bargaining units also agreed to a temporary telework policy that was literally implemented overnight in March of last year. IT was able to image and deploy laptops to staff so they could work safely from home. And in addition to the equipment that was deployed, IT implemented Office 365 and Microsoft Teams, which has had a huge impact in remaining engaged with our remote staff. We also upgraded the council chamber's digital equipment, the emergency operations center hardware, and the backup system, and also upgraded the phone system. So the phone system upgrade allows staff to answer their phones from their desks or their laptops if they're not in the office. Next slide. So I won't go through in detail all of our performance measures, but these measures were chosen as a way to monitor our volume of activity as well as the quality of our work. And 2 particular things I want to point out on this slide are that we consistently meet the requirements in our financial reporting to receive both the Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA, awards for our budget and our annual financial reports. Next slide. So these measures with regard to human resources help us determine how well our recruiting efforts have been. So as you can see, this past year, our numbers dropped as a result of holding some vacant positions open. In addition, we were not able to offer as many in-person trainings as we've done in the past. So those numbers we anticipate will go back up as we return to normal. And with the pandemic, a lot of trainings have now moved from in-person to online. And so we see some of those numbers going up as well. Our IT measures were selected to track how many calls we receive for service and how well we're able to maintain our systems and our infrastructure. Next slide. So our goals for the next couple of years include providing support to our employees as we transition back to the office in a few months. We're going to review and update any safety plans as needed and consistently watch the CDC guidelines, the state guidelines, and the county guidelines to ensure that all of our plans and our policies are in compliance with those. We're going to implement the new cashiering system and the contracts modules that were recently approved by the council. And we're going to update the cash handling procedures as needed to support that new module. Next slide. In addition to those new software modules, we're going to be completing a major upgrade of our existing financial system, which is Munis, and that runs our GL, our AR, AP. And also work with community development to update our permitting system, which is TrackIt. And that's the permitting system for community development and public works. We'll also be working with Public Works to expand our GIS functionality and the use of that. And we'll be looking at options to enhance our fixed asset and our capital asset tracking systems. In human resources, we'll be working on the upcoming labor negotiations for all 4 of our bargaining units. And we'll also be introducing new employee wellness training opportunities to help our employees emerge back from the pandemic. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rebecca. All right, it looks like we've got Vice Mayor McDowell followed by Councilmember Rack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Rebecca, for your excellent presentation. My question for you, I have two questions actually. My first is where you noted the upgraded council chambers with new digital equipment. Does that contemplate at some point the council returning to chambers and then somehow doing a hybrid option where members of the public could still call in from home? And what kind of equipment might, I don't know, would that encompass that option right now?
We're looking at that. Right now, this was to upgrade our digital soundboard, which hadn't been upgraded for many, many years. So it's something that we are looking at. I believe the capability is there, but it's more about the integration with all of the software and the training involved that we really need to look at.
Okay, great. And it's also mentioned that the EOC hardware was updated. Could you just give a little more information about how the EOC was upgraded?
So we did a complete remodel of the EOC. We've added new display panels, new TVs, and also projector was updated. We moved all of the network cables and such, and have been looking at the laptops and things that are in the room as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Rack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rebecca, thanks for the great presentation. I had three super fast questions for you. I'll start one. I noticed you had talked about some audits around the TOT. Do we do any kind of audit processing around sales tax revenue for us?
Sales tax is done by our third-party provider, HDL companies. They're also the ones that do TOT. So they do the compliance audits, and they work with the state.
Okay, and are those the same way? They're sort of every 3 years that we sort of on a cycle to do that auditing, or is it a different process for that?
For sales tax stuff, it's a little different because it's based on a complaint basis. So if there's a complaint that comes in, or if they hear of a company, like in the past, we've had we meet with HDL every quarter and we go through our sales tax numbers. And if we see that there's a business that's not on there that should be, or it's been reported in the wrong agency, they'll go and they'll work with the state to make sure that it's done. It's recorded.
Okay. And the TOT, it's a 3-year, it's sort of all, because we have a limited number of hotels, for example, it's sort of all in one shot. It's every 3 years they do it versus staggered.
Well, no, they stagger it. So it'll be over 3 years. So it'll be like one hotel at a time. Okay.
And then got it. That makes sense. I appreciate that. And I know because we've got a new hotel coming online, hopefully soon. There's construction going on. So hopefully that makes sense to stagger it. My last question is, I know we also included minimum wage enforcement as part of our when we raised the minimum wage. I didn't hear you mention anything about that. And I just want to understand assuming that that's in place right now, and sort of what the process is around that, given that we in January raised the minimum wage.
So that is in place. That's actually, we've outsourced that to I'd have
San Jose,
to
City of San Jose, I think.
Yeah, I think it's the City of San Jose.
Right. Okay, so that's ongoing on process, but it just started, so we don't have any sort of data around that, I assume, at this point, given that we just raised it in January.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you, Rebecca. I'm not seeing any additional hands raised. Thank you for the presentation. And next up, we have Community Development Department. Al Savay, Community Development Director, will be giving the presentation this evening. Welcome, Al.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Next, please. Thank you. This is our organizational chart, and as you can see, we have 4 division heads who spend a great deal of time and effort overseeing and training the work of our people, and they do quality control of documents and manage a wide range of consultants at the same time as managing their direct reports. And in our business model, we've kept our city employee roster lean for many years, and we tend to do more with less. We've used this model where we have contract help to bridge the gap, and full-time planners And inspectors, however, and you see a number of different inspectors, and we have an associate, an assistant, and a principal, full-time staff members. That will ensure a broader span of control, and it's much more likely that someone's going to stay longer with the city. And the model is a strong one if we keep this core group internal to the organization, and the community can benefit from the institutional knowledge that's built over time. Next, please. So in terms of our major services, managing the development of our city, we know that the look and feel of our community is a big part of our quality of life. And we use our training and expertise to apply things like the zoning ordinance, design guidelines, the general plan, to assure that our community maintains its character. And managing the development activity of the city includes taking in applications and reviewing them, project management, and the issuance of permits and inspections. In terms of public health and safety, this is a key component of our building inspection authority and the protection of our quality of life in our community. And as you know, we're required by law to enforce the state building codes. And through code enforcement, our community clean and safe, which in turn helps us maintain our property values and a sense of community pride. We have a plan for economic sustainability, and we work to find ways to improve the affordability of our housing stock. And we staff numerous committees and the Planning Commission, and this requires a great deal of preparation, administration, and technical reporting. Next, please. So our major services are divided up into 3 divisions, really 4 now. We had current planning for many years. We just created a new division, advanced planning, to take care of some of the advanced planning efforts like the general plan, housing element, and the East Side plan. And we foresee more of these plans in the coming years. We have building and code enforcement, economic development, housing, and of course, current planning. And I'll be talking a little bit about each of these divisions. Next. So over the next few slides, I'll touch on accomplishments that tell the story about the work that we do. And each of these accomplishments requires us to shift gears and access a whole other set of complementary skills, from problem solving to collaboration. And many of the things that we do require entrepreneurial thinking, creativity, strategic use of our expertise, and staff resources. We need to be able to respond to City Council strategic objectives, but also the slate of legislation that's coming down from Sacramento like never before. As you can see there, we're focusing on some long-range projects, the housing and safety element updates, and the innovation district vision plan. But our new ADU ordinance is an example of how a significant change in legislation that through collaborative efforts, it can be adapted between our communication with the community, the commissions, and our city council. And in response to the city council's child care initiative, we work to do things like remove minor permit requirements and allow commercial child care by right in several zoning districts. And we modified operating restrictions for child care centers as well. Next. Now, in terms of some other accomplishments, I'm going to focus on a few. And not many small cities really have the wherewithal on staff to put together a public-private partnership to get affordable housing units built. And using the city's property, we helped select a partner and joined in financing this unique and exciting project. And this is really a big accomplishment, and it shows that San Carlos can do this, and it opens the door to new possibilities and confidence in our capabilities from nonprofit partners that we may want to work with in the future. We have a new family-based workforce housing project, which is super exciting on Cherry Street with a new set of partners. And thank you to the City Council for your guidance and support on this Cherry Street project. And without your support of these projects, they just wouldn't happen. Next. Attendance of regional meetings is important so that we can stay up on regional policy and legislative development, as well as new sources of state and federal grant funding. And an example of this is we aggressively pursue grant funding. And one example is the general plan housing element update, where we secured about $310,000 to help with the $800,000 cost of the general fund. And we continue to seek funding for that project. And we'll let you know if we get some more grants for that. But San Carlos is really a larger whole geographically. And we're flanked by other cities. San Mateo County, there's open space districts and a couple of water districts. We really need to be able to tell our story to these entities to ensure fair treatment of our community. So when we note intergovernmental meetings, they're really key to staying engaged and informed on what's happening and how it could affect our city. We also need to keep on top of regional events, regional planning with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and the Association of Bay Area Governments, for example. We need to continuously be on top of these policy developments and make sure that we understand how they can affect or benefit our community. Next. Our day-to-day service operations, I'm going to talk about that more in just a moment, but it's the work that takes up the lion's share of our staff resources. However, you don't hear too much about it, and that's really a good thing. And our performance relative to City Council's strategic goals and objectives is something that maybe more people come into contact with, aside from kitchen remodels and remodeling your home, as it affects the long-term quality of life in our community. And the hallmark of our efforts includes the broadest possible community outreach that we can muster. And the larger community basics in the first 3 bullet points not only require professional expertise in planning, analytics, economics, but also a highly skilled project team with management expertise. We've been making strong progress on the general plan and the East Side Vision Plan, and we've had some very in-depth and well-attended community meetings, and some of these meetings are better attended than we have had in many years. And what I'm really excited about, if you're looking for a silver lining in the pandemic, is it's the use of these virtual platforms, and we're finding new tools and new ways for people to feel comfortable going to our community meetings and interacting. So it's really something that we're very pleased with. Next. In terms of community development, the core function, and really the area where we spend about 75% of our staff resources, is on managing development activity of the city. And so this is the part of the iceberg that's below the surface of the water. If a city doesn't have and professional staff with a mission of providing excellent customer service, you won't be successful over time in terms of new housing, commercial, retail, or economic development. And in community development, we've been fine-tuning our service model for many years, and I believe we're highly regarded in San Mateo County for our collaborative approach to building permits and inspections. Next, please. So the day-to-day operations of the planning division include application intake and review, and of course the issuance of permits, and we do site inspections, much like building inspectors. Our planners go out into the field, and one component that takes a significant effort from our planners and our inspectors is making sure that these projects conform to the conditions and the permit requirements once a project is approved. We need to ensure that these projects are built right and that they look the same as they do on the plans. And we have successfully balanced our staff resources to do this well and also maintain a reputation as a business-friendly department and community. Now, the majority of our time and resources in planning and building is devoted to serving at the development services counter. And once we open back, I think things are going to normalize, and we anticipate more images like the one that you see on the screen there, which was taken just before we left for the pandemic with a full lobby. And also in charge of helping develop plans and policies for your consideration. And those are what we call the long range general plan, the zoning, the land use regulations, the housing element. Once those plans are complete, though, they don't just sit on a shelf. They also need to be implemented, and our plans are used regularly and they're put into action. So that's really a big part of preparing the plan, but also implementing them and making sure new development conforms to those plans. Next. Now, the two bullet points that you see there at the top of the screen, I just want to highlight a little bit here. As COVID began and we left the office, building and planning divisions throughout the region had to pivot in short order. The first weeks, it was really nerve-wracking, essentially, and we talked collectively with other cities. I know the planning and community development directors, the cities in the county. We were on the phone on a basis. I know the building officials were as well. And it was a time to share information and potential strategies for how to shift gears into a totally different methodology of processing these permits and working with folks and staying healthy. I mean, our folks are the ones that, along with Public Works and others, other first responders, go out in the field, and how do we keep ourselves healthy? But we were able to innovate and adapt using new tools for virtual inspections and electronic plan submittal and review processes very quickly. And it's really impressive how quickly and effectively our staff made this transition into these new permitting platforms and adapted in the face of adversity. And this could have been a disaster, but this in our department, this accomplishment is really something that I think we should be proud of and great. And I think that we're going to be using any of these systems in years to come. Next. So in terms of the performance measures, I'm not going to focus on every one, but there's a few that I think are key. And so I'll do that for the rest of the presentation. But in terms of the number of development-related inquiries received and addressed, you see the numbers there, and number of applications reviewed, number of building permits. But in terms of the inquiries alone, we have an assistant and associate planner who are essentially working the counter every day, and the people are coming in or they're sending emails and making phone calls. And so that's a good deal of our job, is to respond to those inquiries and make sure that people have the information they need. In terms of the number of permits issued, I think Rebecca mentioned it earlier, but we've seen a fair stabilization in the number of permits issued year over year, which was a little bit surprising. But as I think she may have mentioned, folks are staying home and they're taking more time to do some remodels on their homes, and even some businesses are as well. And we conduct thousands of inspections each year. Next. In terms of code enforcement, we upped the of hours that we spend on code enforcement over the last year. The council funded an additional 20 hours of code enforcement in the last budget cycle. And we resolved cases very quickly, and we're able to resolve them in a timely manner and get more done. Next, please. This is about the number of inspections that folks need to do. Sometimes we need to go out several times depending on the complexity of the project, and there's different variations in percentages depending on how many times we go out on the various types of buildings that we look at. Next. These key performance measures allow or show the responsibilities we have as staff to a number of decision-making bodies such as the Planning Commission and the City Council. Each time we meet with or staff one of these groups, our work includes things like administration, analysis, coordination with other departments, preparation of reports and recommendations and agendas and meeting logistics. We make presentations, meeting minutes, and we follow up. And it also requires professional experience and expertise to run these commissions year over year. Next. In terms of some of our goals, development agreement tool is used by many cities to negotiate and lock in community benefits of larger key development projects. And we've used this on a number of different occasions over the years for projects such as the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, Wheeler Plaza, and Meridian 25. And we'll need this tool once again for some of the larger projects on the east side who will be asking for adjustments to our zoning code. Essentially, it's a contract between the city and the developer to make sure that everyone does what they're supposed to do, and we get the services and benefits that we're entitled to. Next. One of the things that started a year or two ago was to meet with a group of local architects on a quarterly basis in the area of residential review. And a couple of them approached the city and said, hey, we really need some clarification on what we're doing. And so a year or two ago, we started to meet with this group on a regular basis. And what we do is we exchange ideas for how to work better and to continually assess our review processes and application materials. And it's been very effective, I think, for both parties. And something in terms of updating our RDRC, our single family development applications and standards, something that we've recently become aware of, and I'll touch on it on the mixed use of multifamily projects as well, is there's new state legislation. And what we're just now finding out is things like State Bill 330, we're going to have to make changes to the way that we review all housing projects from single family to multifamily housing projects. And again, this is very new. And what it requires is a city to adopt objective standards in the review of development projects. And it also streamlines the review process for cities as well. So this is really a game changer bill, and we'll be coming forward and talking to you more about that in the coming months. And we'll also be coming forward with adjustments to our Heritage Street Ordinance in the next month or two at the council's request. Next, please. For cities, economic development is an important ongoing program to maintain economic stability. And this helps to increase the dollars available for things like community programs, jobs, and facilities. And it starts with well-considered analytics and research, understanding of fiscal impacts of our policies, as well as marketplace dynamics. And this all requires careful thought and deliberation and consideration. At any point in time, any of the points on this slide might rise to the top, and it really on what's needed at the time and what the council's needs are in terms of your strategic objectives. Next. We've been working with our Economic Development Advisory Committee on a new economic development plan, a draft plan. And once their work is concluded, we'll be bringing it to the City Council for your consideration. And our staff has worked really hard to provide access to the tools and programs developed to help both renters and businesses in town during the pandemic. And this has required a shift in our staff time and resources, but it's very gratifying to know that we're assisting our residents and businesses in any way that we can. Next, please. And this is our performance measures for economic development. Some of the things that these show, for instance, is how the number of businesses has grown or retracted in our community, how sales and hotel taxes have changed. And as we heard earlier, this does impact the general fund, how rental rates and vacancies are changing, giving a snapshot of how constrained and competitive the local market is, and how many off-the-cuff inquiries are received from the investment community, showing how much investment interest is changing over time. Next. So in terms of working on recovery aspects, we talked about that. As you know, we have a new Chamber of Commerce, and the businesses are migrating over to the new Chamber of Commerce. We've started to have discussions with the leadership and some of the committees there. And we really look forward to establishing a strong relationship with our chamber. We also attract and retain revenue producing businesses in the city. And this is very important over time. And to continue on talking to the businesses that we have, and when new businesses come to town, meeting with them and talking with them as well. Next, please. All our employees in community development work across divisions and departments. And this is one of the keys, I think, to the success of the department. And that's why you see the goal of supporting in economic development, of supporting the downtown planning initiative and the parklets and other initiatives in the city. We all work together as a team, and that's how we're able to accomplish a lot of different things. Next, please. In terms of our major services in housing, we do collect housing impact and in lieu fees, and we're using it to get new units built, as we discussed earlier in the community. We administer affordable housing funds and the grants that the City Council approves every year in the budget. And we review and approve below market rate plans as well. And we're working with the City Council Housing Subcommittee on our new below market rate draft plan and ordinance, and we'll be bringing that forward to you. We have more work to do with our housing committee. Next, please. In terms of some of the accomplishments, I've talked about some of the affordable housing projects in our community, and we're excited to see 817 Walnut come out of the ground. We're developing a new partnership with HIP Housing and Eden Housing for the affordable housing project on Cherry Street. And so these are some of the accomplishments, but there are also ongoing projects that we'll be working on in the coming year or so. Next, please. So some of these measures illustrate how many households are moving into BMR units, how many units the city is directly managing and monitoring, the number of entities the city awards annual grant support funds to, the status of the BMR waitlist, and the total number of BMR units currently developed in the city. Next, please. So in terms of our goals, we still have a lot of work to do with HIP housing and Eden housing, but we're making really good progress. And as I noted, we're really energized about that project as well. We are working with our City Council Housing Subcommittee on our inclusionary BMR ordinance and making some changes there, and adopting a strategy for acquiring below market rate units and then converting them to below market rate units in the future. Next, please. And that concludes the community development presentation, and I'm available to answer questions, as is our division staff.
All right. Thank you, Al. Appreciate that. Looks like we had Councilmember Rack raise his hand first, and then followed by Councilmember Dugan. So,
all right. I'm getting fast here at this. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Al, thanks for the presentation, all the great work. I mean, you obviously have a pretty expansive portfolio to be working on, and thank you for everything around that. My question is I just want to focus in around the housing aspect of things. Can you give me a time frame? I feel like regarding some of the housing policy updates, I feel like this has sort of been an ongoing process for quite some time. And I know we're looking at 2-year goals, so I'd be really concerned if this was going to push into the next fiscal year versus sort of the 22-23 fiscal year versus this current, this upcoming fiscal year. Can you give me a sense on timing?
Sure. And there's a couple that we're working on that are sort of at the forefront. And one of them is the below market rate ordinance that we've been working with the Housing Subcommittee on. And we do have a timeline for that, and that's on a fairly quick timeline. As soon as we get it out of the subcommittee, and as you know, we met recently, we have a little more work to do, some more data to take a look at. But once we get out of the subcommittee, we'll be able to bring that forward to the Planning Commission and City Council very quickly. So it's not, I wouldn't say that it's certainly not going to go into the next year. Or, you know, we might be able to get it done in the next quarter or quarter and a half on the BMR side. And then the other big one is the general plan housing element update. And really that is the governing document for city policy as it relates to housing and also safety in terms of the things that we're doing there. And because it's such it really is a monumental task, and that's why you devoted so many resources and dollars to that. We're one of the first cities in the region, if not the first, to undertake the general plan housing element update, and that's a 2-year cycle. I believe we're maybe 4 to 6 months into that cycle right now, so we've got about another 1.5 years of work on that project. But I'd be happy to answer any more specific questions about other housing policies. As I noted in the presentation, I'd like to add that we did complete the accessory dwelling unit ordinance this last.
So just as a quick follow-up, Al, on this, so just one of the things we've talked about in the past year or two is addressing, maybe looking at increasing the overall housing stock through requiring sort of minimum density in some areas to provide that. Is that something that falls in a sort of a quick or shorter term or a longer term sort of housing element approach?
Yeah, that work is in the housing element. So that's part of the scope of work. And we need to be able to show you and the community what it looks like. So we're looking at things like building heights. We're looking at parking. We're looking at the scale and massing of buildings and the density of buildings. And what does it take to make a development marketable? And how much land do you need to make the dial change? So yes, that is part of the housing element update, but we're at the point of doing case studies. We've had 2 community meetings on the general plan, very well attended. We received some great comments. And now we're going to be showing the community what we heard and the areas that they've told us that they would see as acceptable areas to develop in our community and how to do it.
Thank you. And then just really quickly, I just want to make sure from the, one of the issues is, I know these saw the density bonus. There's a few projects coming up around the density bonus. And I had mentioned my concern before that our current ordinance, we lose out on affordable housing because of it, because we don't calculate the density bonus. And I had sent some stuff to you that Senator Becker's office had researched on that. And so is that something that would be included in the BMR ordinance that you're working on specifically? Because that relates to sort of, perfect. That's all I need to know. Thank you all.
Thank you both. Councilmember Dugan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, Al, thank you for the overview. Yeah, good work in a challenging year. Particularly appreciated your highlighting the public-private partnerships and the good work. And I agree that is a unique capability of San Carlos, and 817 Walnut, good win for the city. And I still give you credit for that Residence Inn deal. We're really seeing the impact of that revenue in town. And also the specific adjustments your department had to make for COVID with the plan reviews and such. A lot of good challenges overcome. So good year on that. I have two questions. I think they're pretty quick. On your org chart, so I understand principal planner Lisa Porras, her staff. The planning manager, I guess I didn't understand. What is the planning manager as opposed to the principal planner on your org chart?
So the way we had it just a year or so ago is Lisa Porras is the planning manager, and she was overseeing current planning. Andrea Martisich, who is now the principal planner, was a senior planner. And in light of knowing that we had two major large-scale initiatives, we had to reorganize our department. And so what we did is we knew that Lisa had a great deal of experience in long-range and advanced planning, and we needed a very skilled person to hit the ground running. So Lisa, as the planning manager, moved over to head up this new division called planning. Andrea, she's been with the city for many, many years. She knew current planning, and she was promoted into the principal planner, which is a division head level person that oversees the planners, the associate, the assistant, and all the consultants underneath. So that's how it worked. We moved an existing employee across, who was already the planning manager, and then promoted one from within.
Got it. Yeah, I understood Andrea's promotion. So got it. So when your org chart says planning manager, that's Lisa, and the advanced planning role is over there.
That's correct. Okay,
got it. That makes sense. And then, so the contract planning, like Lisa Costa Sanders, that reports into Andrea. Andrea oversees that activity.
Well, Lisa Costa Sanders reports to me essentially, and she works on planning either large-scale key development projects or long-range planning initiatives. She can basically do just about anything with her level of expertise and experience. And so she works also in economic development and housing. So really, wherever we need her, we need an extra senior, somebody with expertise to work on some of the larger, more complex projects.
Okay, so you think of her as a direct report. And then, so I noticed the Metro Cowar percent of plans being reviewed internally was 50% in 2020, and you're seeing that going down perhaps to 40% next year. So now, is that a number of different organizations that are doing that's like outside contract planning? So that's not just Lisa Costa Sanders. That's we have a host of resources there
Yes, we do. In fact, we have, I believe, 3 plan check contracts. And, the volume of permits has gone up over the years. And to keep on top of that and the complexity of construction, we have seen this model used in other cities, and we're using it very effectively in our community. And while we do, as you noted, about 40, 50 house, the rest of it goes out. And that way we keep those permits moving through the process very quickly.
Okay, and is that activity that is under Andrea?
That is, there's we have it both on the planning side and, no, I'm sorry, only on the building side. So primarily when you're talking about plan check review, we have the building official doing, the technical side on the building inspection side, but we also do have some planning staff on the planning staff side as consultants to review overflow plans as well on the planning side, what they do. So both.
Okay, and if you're an applicant and your plan gets outsourced like that, is there any change in the fees? Are you now paying a consulting fee as well, or is all that like within the same building fee that you would otherwise be required to pay?
It's all, my understanding, it's all within the same fee, and maybe Rebecca can do a better job of answering that question, but it's all the same fee.
Okay, and then just as that's becoming, ever more part of our public-facing aspect of plans, how do you ensure that quality control is, meeting our standard? Like, I just would be concerned that as we're handing more of that off, those kind of plan check firms have a completely different set of incentives than in-house staff that, live and breathe San Carlos. Just curious, like what do you do to kind of maintain the quality of that service?
Well, 2 things. One is we make sure that we hire the best and the brightest folks that have a really good reputation in the industry first. Second, you have to have people who on your staff who have done it and done it well and, have kind of grown in their career. So you need some oversight and quality control internal to the organization. I think that if someone came from the outside and asked my supervisor or something, hey, or told them, hey, this is the right way we do it, that my manager would probably turn to me and say, do you agree? Right. And so you have to have that internal expertise to provide that quality control. And it's extremely important as we live in a very technical world, and mistakes in our world can cost people a lot of money, a lot of time, and consternation. So it's something that we take very seriously, and it's an insightful inquiry.
Okay, that sounded mostly like how you're handling our staff. What closes the loop with
John, can we, just out of respect, can we just kind of go around? Sarah McDowell, Vice Mayor, has her hand up, and we'll come back if there's more questions. Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will probably just build on what John's insightful questions. Thank you, Al, for your great presentation. It was very thorough, and I appreciate you walking us through all the really important jobs that your department does. My question first, I have just three questions. The plan check reviews, are those mostly that are kind of contracted out? Are those mostly for single family home plans?
I'm going to go ahead and refer this question if Andrea, and because we do it on both the building side and the planning side. So I would refer to them to try and answer these questions. Is Andrea and Chris available?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Can you take a crack at it on your side? Maybe Andrea can talk about it on the planning side.
Sure. The plan reviews involve both single family and large scale commercial. Okay. So a lot of the second story additions, new residences, residential, mixed use, tenant improvements, and all the, the Alexandria type properties that you see getting built are being reviewed by third party.
Okay, go ahead.
And on the planning side, we have the contract planners. We have set planners who do our single family home reviews along with city employees. And for someone, on the outside looking in, we're doing the same work and we work together on those. When we're talking the larger projects that are outsourced, in that case, we are choosing consultants that are specific to the project itself based on their experience and expertise. So, much more tailored in terms of the larger projects like Alexandria or other, the industrial projects coming in. But for the single family homes, it is split amongst city staff and contractors. And we do, just to refer back, if I may, for 1 second, we do, the contractors that work on the single family homes and present to the RDRC do work very closely with us. We have weekly meetings with staff and contractors so that we're all on the same page, we're all implementing the same policies, and we're, making sure that we are providing the same consistent information across the board.
Okay,
thank you.
Great. Thank you both. My next question, I noticed one of the key performance measures for the building division is the number of days to respond to phone calls and emails, and it's very quick, 1 to 2 days. And I don't know if this question is for Andrea or Al, but does the planning department have that same kind of metric for responding to calls and emails?
Go ahead, Andrea.
Sure, we do. We try to do it within 2 days. Some inquiries are a lot more complex. However, if we know that we will not be able to provide an answer within that time frame, we reach out to the person and let them know when to expect a response from us, or that we need to, for example, speak with a community development director or order some files from offsite, things like that. Our goal is to answer within 24 hours, but if it's going to be more than 48, we will definitely reach out and say, here's our anticipated time frame.
Okay, great. And are consultants doing the same thing, or are you just the planning division is are in-house or are responding to emails?
So for the consultants that work on, the quote unquote everyday tasks, mostly the single family and inquiries, they are held to the same standard as city staff. When we get into the larger projects, the applicants are really only talking to the contractors per their particular project. So you're not getting calls from people you don't know or inquiries that aren't related to your project. But the expectation is the same across the board for both employees and contractors.
Great, thank you, Andrea, I appreciate that. And I just had one quick observation. I really like the goal of looking into adopting a strategic policy for acquiring market rate units and converting them to below market rate units. The preservation topic is very timely. We're talking about that a lot in the Housing Endowment and Regional Trust Board that I sit on. I know it's very complicated, the tax roll implications, but I did see that at one of our upcoming meetings, we'll probably be talking about legislation and the fact that preserving affordable units will not count towards our RHNA numbers is something that our city and our council might consider some advocacy work on. So just wanted to say that comment. Thank you again.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any other hands. Councilmember Dugan, did you have more questions you wanted to pursue?
No, Madam Mayor. I appreciate Vice Mayor McDowell picking up that thread. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Al. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
All right. I might propose if people are interested a 10-minute break, or do you want to keep going? I see some thumbs up. So let's reconvene at 8:33. Thank you.
Sounds good to me.
Parks and Rec Department, Amy Newby. There she is. Welcome, Amy.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Palmer Lohan and council members. Crystal, if you wouldn't mind assisting with the slide. So Parks and Recreation, we're good. We can go to the org chart. This is our Parks and Recreation org chart. This chart reflects the 2 positions eliminated this fiscal year, which we will be proposing to return as of July 1st, and also reflects the new supervisor position for community events approved at the last city council meeting. Throughout a typical year, Parks and Recreation employs anywhere from 20 to 50 part-time staff, depending on the season. Part-time staff fall under all divisions and responsibilities vary. We also work with up to 75 contract instructors annually to offer special interest classes and camps. The ACC depends on volunteers to assist with some day-to-day functions, and there will be an increased need for volunteers for community events. Next slide. Moving on to each of our department divisions, starting with leadership and management. Our major services include meeting with our Parks, Recreation, and Culture Commission to discuss matters related to the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural community needs, as well as meeting with our Parks and Recreation Foundation of San Carlos, Youth Center Foundation, and Friends of the Adult Community Center, all volunteer-based groups committed to raising funds that support recreation programs, park improvements, and provide scholarship opportunities to members of the community. I also work with our Public Works Department to oversee capital improvement projects for parks and recreation facilities and manage the daily operations and staffing of the department, working closely with the 2 supervisors on all department matters. Next slide. To kick off our accomplishments for the year, we completed the Highlands Park synthetic turf replacement project on time. Since the field reopened in early March, we've heard lots of positive feedback about the new field from users. We recently completed the design of the Chilton Park improvements after working with neighbors on several design modifications, and construction should begin in the next few weeks. As with other departments, we transitioned our commission meetings to an online format and worked with the Parks and Recreation Foundation and local developers to fund the batting cage project at Burton Park. Design is almost complete and construction will begin this summer. Next slide. In a typical year, we want to gauge how residents feel our overall programs are serving the community. This includes everything from youth and teen programs to our adult programs, events, and other areas such as reservations and rentals of our fields, facilities, and picnics, our sports leagues, and family programs. 86% is about 1.5% higher than what was reported in 2018. And as you can see, this question was not included in the 2021 survey as the pandemic drastically affected our ability to offer nearly all of our in-person programs. As we ramp back up our programming in the coming year, we will track this measure again. And I will go into more detail about our individual program areas to gauge how satisfied the community is with our specific program areas. Next slide. You'll see as I go through most of our department goals, although they do not directly reflect a strategic goal or objective of councils, most of our department operations are reflected in the city's mission, vision, and core values. Leadership goals for fiscal year 2021-23 include completing the Chilton Park improvements by early fall, converting the outdoor court lighting to LED lights for outdoor basketball and tennis courts, designing and installing the new field lights at Flanagan and Stadium Field, which is the second phase of our field lighting conversion projects. Replacement of existing ball field lighting was completed in 2019. And the last goal is to work with our whole department on the reopening of both the youth center and the adult community center, which we do see happening this year. Myself and other recreation staff meet monthly or bi-weekly with other San Mateo County Parks and Recreation departments to discuss COVID protocols and best practices for resuming programs. And these conversations will continue as we plan to reopen our facilities. Next slide. Moving on to other program areas, starting with athletics. Major services for athletics include coordinating all of our sports classes, camps, and leagues for youth, coordinating adult leagues, including soccer, bocce, softball, basketball, as well as drop-in volleyball and pickleball, handle all field and gym rentals, and facilitate the coordination and scheduling of field space for all San Carlos-based youth sport organizations throughout the year. Next slide. Major services for youth development include the after-school drop-in program at the youth center, coordinating school break and summer camps for kids, managing youth center rentals and the birthday party rental program, provide leadership to the Youth Advisory Council, and develop and train part-time staff in career development and skill building. We include this as one of our major services because for most of our part-time employees, this is their first job and they haven't had the opportunity to learn job skills. A few years ago, we expanded our training program for part-time staff, which not only supports the personal and professional development of city employees, but in turn provides high-quality customer service to our patrons while maintaining safe programs and facilities in the community. Next slide. Accomplishments for this year look a little different. Some are small victories, such as running our in-house summer camp, as well as working with youth sport organizations to provide in-person programs. We will be resuming adult softball and bocce in the coming weeks, and we hosted an esports league this past year. While we're not quite sold on if this will be a trend moving forward, we had some interest during the pandemic. Next slide. Our Youth Advisory Council met virtually throughout the year and held a variety of community drives to support One Life Counseling families and local homeless shelters and programs. They displayed art in the community, held virtual events, and more recently, coordinated free mental health workshops for middle school and high school students in partnership with One Life Counseling, which included an overview on mental health and COVID, coping skills for teens during the pandemic, and destigmatizing mental health treatment. The first workshop has already occurred, but the next one is coming up and will be held on May 18th. Next slide. I'll go through and explain what each of these performance measures capture. First, starting with sports class offered. This includes all of our department contract sports classes for tots, youth, teen, and adults, such as tennis, basketball, karate, and gymnastics, to name a few. Some of these classes are offered a few days or times per week throughout 1 year. The reported number captures all of those offerings combined. Although this is the offered number of classes, in any year we typically see a handful of classes consolidate or cancel due to low enrollment. Organized play participants includes anyone who's participated in youth sports in the community, which includes Little League, softball, AYSO, San Carlos United, and our sports leagues for youth, including flag football and basketball leagues, as well as adult programs, including softball, soccer, bocce, basketball, drop-in volleyball, and pickleball. Captures everyone. Number of registrations in sports classes reflects the participants in the above mentioned classes. This year, we saw a significant increase in participation and demand for tennis classes, as this was one of the first identified sports to be allowed to resume under the health order guidelines. I'm going to skip the duplicate line for play participants. Sorry about that. For organized play hours permitted, this number includes the amount of time our fields are permitted for use among sports groups. And lastly, summer camp participants, as it's read, it simply calculates our summer camp numbers from year to year. Because summer camp is split between 2 fiscal years, the projected number for fiscal year 2021 reflects July and August from last summer and June of this coming summer. Our projections for future years will continue to increase from what's captured here. These numbers collectively help us gauge enrollment and participation from year to year and from program to program. It's also helpful to track our number of permitted hours on our fields to understand the demand of fields and the use. Next slide. The goals for athletics and youth development include resuming sports leagues and programs with expectations that there will be new guidelines to follow, increasing the number of nights we offer the Bocce League from 2 nights to 3, expanding youth sport classes and camps, and to start a new cornhole league. And for those of you that are not aware, last year in partnership with the Parks and Recreation Foundation, 2 sets of cornhole game boards were installed behind the Burton Park tennis courts. We're hoping to generate more use by starting this league, and if you haven't tried them out, I encourage you to. Next slide. Other goals are to work with the ASAT group to continue to resume youth sport programs and leagues, increase the number of adventure camp participants, and resuming the youth center drop-in program and other in-person youth activities, which will include surveying the community to determine the need, rebranding and expanding the marketing of the after-school opportunities, and examining existing partnerships with the school district and determine new potential opportunities, all of which are outlined in the strategic plan goal objectives under childcare and youth programming. We will continue to promote youth mental health and wellness through a variety of programs, workshops, and partnerships in the coming year. Next slide. All right, our adult services. Major services of the Adult Community Center include operating the meal program 3 days per week, organizing free and low-cost recreation and fitness classes for seniors. We've offered these classes virtually during the pandemic and will resume in person as soon as possibly this summer or early fall. Coordinate special events for seniors, including weekend dances and socials, and organize day trips and extended tours. Both of these of which have been shut down due to the pandemic and again will resume when possible. Next slide. Our personal and family development major services include the entire coordination and promotion of our contract classes for all ages. We partner, as I mentioned, with over 75 instructors throughout the year to offer a variety of classes, including art, music, dance, cooking, STEM, and more. Club Ed is our summer enrichment camp program where instructors offer a week-long camp for youth. We also produce the seasonal activity guide 3 times per year. This year, along with other cities in the county, we kept the activity guide in an online-only format to allow for more flexibility in updating any of the programs as new guidelines were announced. As we head into the next school year, we will resume mailing the guide to all residents as we feel there will be more stability in our programs. Next slide. Accomplishments for the ACC and personal and family development units for this past year include the success of the ACC meal program. This program has skyrocketed since we restarted it last August. The ACC now serves nearly 500 meals per week. To put this in perspective, in March 2019, we averaged 32 meals per day. We were serving 5 days per week, but averaged 32 meals per day. And this past March of 2021, we served an average of 145 meals per day. This program is not only funded by the general fund, but by grant funding as well. The total amount of grant funds for this year totaled $43,500 and have come from the Sequoia Healthcare District and Dignity Health. The curbside meal program was an opportunity for a quick check-in with a lot of our senior participants, especially during the heightened pandemic times in late fall and winter. Sometimes this was their only outing of the day and only contact with others was to pick up their lunch. And if you know our ACC staff, most days they put on a show for pickup, which definitely lifted the spirits of everyone. This is one of our pandemic program changes that we plan to continue when we resume our normal operations. We also continue to provide classes and lectures virtually and transitioned our customer service to serve participants remotely. Next slide. Staff took on a larger role this past year in the grocery distribution program through Caring Cupboard and handed out about 6,500 bags of free groceries to low-income San Carlos residents. We redesigned the activity guide as mentioned to an online-only format to allow for program updates and changes. And lastly, partnered with the school district to offer the in-person Club Ed camps for summer 2021, which we did not have in-person Club Ed camps last summer. Next slide. Okay, so looking at the performance measures for ACC and personal and family development, The number of meals served for the ACC is the lunch program I just talked about, and you can see how successful it's been under the new format. Number of registrations in ACC programs includes the senior fitness classes, special events, trips, and tours. As you can see, we're obviously significantly down from the previous year. The number for 2021 reflects our online fitness classes that we continue to offer. Number of recreation class registrations are all of our class participants. And number of new class offerings includes classes we have not offered in the past. This year, a few of our new classes include virtual family Friday chemistry classes, virtual Lego, and smartphone photography for beginners. The number of class sessions are the different days and times of the week one particular class is offered. So for example, Kids Love Soccer may have 10 different sessions for the entire fall season. The percent of registrations online help us track the in-person versus online customer service demands. As you can imagine, this year it was mostly online. And lastly, number of picnic rentals. In a typical year pre-pandemic, we are well over 200 picnic reservations in a year. And so with picnics resuming this summer, we will start to see this number increase. We're continually monitoring our class offerings, and we make sure to offer new classes throughout the year. At the end of each year, we audit class cancellations and class successes to continue to adapt to what the needs of the community are. We will also be analyzing the Monday through Friday youth class offerings as part of the strategic plan objective under childcare and youth programming this year. Next slide. On to goals for the ACC and personal family development. First is to create a reopening plan for the Adult Community Center to resume in-person programs and events. We are looking to transition the Caring Cupboard grocery distribution program back to the board members and to identify a new location for the program once the ACC reopens. Next slide. Additional goals include increasing program registrations and participation for in-person classes and to increase the use of our fee assistance funds. As we start to take more registrations for our summer programs, we're seeing and receiving more requests for fee assistance. We want to continue to cross-promote our classes and the fee assistance program so everyone is aware it's available. Making our programs available to everyone, and especially those that may not be able to afford the recreational opportunities, reflects the city's mission. We strive to provide high-quality services to all of our residents and make them available to foster a safe and healthy community. Next slide. And lastly, our special community events unit. Major services include to organize and promote city special events. This includes summer concerts, movie nights, Goblin Walk, as well as some of our new events from this past year, including our virtual fun runs and other Halloween festivities. And as of July 1st, the weekly farmers market and art and wine fair. We partner with outside agencies for event sponsorship revenue and facilitate and approve all nonprofit special event permits, including hometown days, fun runs, school picnics, youth sporting events, and neighborhood block parties. Next slide. Although we had to cancel all of our traditional community events, we were still able to find a way to unite the community through virtual events. We planned a Halloween decorating contest, pet costume contest, and held 2 virtual fun runs sponsored by the Parks and Recreation Foundation. Next. We permitted the reopening of the weekly farmers market last fall and partnered with the Lions Club to pass out extravaganza kits. Launched a Letters to Santa program and responded to over 100 letters sent. And again, in partnership with the Parks and Recreation Foundation, we were able to put together and give out several holiday activity kits for families. While some of these events we plan to continue in future years, we are looking forward to resuming the events we had to cancel this past year. Next. These measures help track how many events we sponsor or co-sponsor each year. The number reflected for 2021 include all of our virtual events that took place. Revenues generated from sponsors help us understand how much offsetting revenue we're bringing in to help fund these community events. The special event permits issued include school fun runs, the car show, the former chamber events, and other nonprofit events that are held in town. And block parties are tracked as well. This is a number we anticipate to increase this summer as guidance allows for more outdoor gatherings. And last slide. So our goals for the upcoming year include continuing our new events for Halloween and the virtual fun runs, as well as to resume our traditional community events. And lastly, to increase our sponsorship revenue. Community events are create a greater sense of community by bringing people together. These goals will help accomplish this and follow the city's mission and vision by making San Carlos a great place to live, learn, work, and play. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Amy. I see Councilmember Rack, followed by Councilmember Collins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Amy, I just want to say, I have no questions, just say thank you for all you and your team have been going through this lot. You really pivoted and got creative and were able to deliver services in a really challenging time, and to all members of the community, and just thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay. Councilmember Collins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to echo Adam's comments. Boy, when the pandemic started, Amy, everybody had to scramble, nobody more than you, because the Parks and Rec is such a hands-on department. But doing that and taking care of, all the other little issues that came up, handling the Chilton Park development was, I just think, exemplary. So anyway, congratulations to you. I do have one question, and that's regarding the lights at Flanagan Field. I see that they're sort of on the long-range planning that said 21 through 23. Do you have an estimated timeline as to when those will actually go in?
We do anticipate to begin the design this summer in July or August, and it will be Flanagan Field and Stadium Field. So design funding is funded in fiscal year 21-22, and then funding for construction is in the following year, 22-23. So we do plan right now to go along with that schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, Amy, I just wanted to echo my colleagues, really a terrific job in a very challenging year. You guys just had to respond and adapt, and just really meant a lot to a lot of people I know, and in particular the meals program, a very important program, and I think that really did a lot of good out there. My one question is, do you have any sense of, I know it kind of depends on guidance or whatever, but kind of if you had to guess when the ACC can open up for more regular services, would that be sometime over the summer, or do you have any kind of rough estimate for me on that?
Yeah, going back to the announcement from the governor in early April with this June 15th date that we're resuming some, normal functions. We're kind of waiting for more guidance under that announcement, but we are potentially planning to resume some in-person programs at the earliest mid-July. We definitely need the 2 positions that were eliminated. We would need those back to help support the functions of in-person programs and classes. So mid-July at the earliest, but we do want to see some programs back this summer, and it will be a phased scale approach. We're not going to bring everything back, but just start incrementally. The Adult Community Center sent out a survey to participants in the last month, and over 80% want to come back. We were kind of hesitant. Are they going to want to come back? Are they going to feel comfortable? And an overwhelmingly amount of ACC participants want to come back. So we are, we're in the works of our plan. Should we reopen as soon as mid-July?
Perfect, thank you for that. And then just very happy your organization's picking up where our former chamber has left off. And I think all those great events are going to be very important for San Carlos over the coming years. So glad that'll be under your leadership, and hope we can keep the momentum going on all those.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks.
But thank you. Vice Mayor McDowell?
Thank you. 2 quick comments. Thank you, Amy. I will echo my colleagues' comments. Just hats off to you and your team. It doesn't surprise me that 80% of our ACC participants want to come back because the ACC is awesome, and I'm sure they've missed it a lot. You mentioned how much the meals program has grown and that you expect to continue those services when we go back to more normal times. Does that mean that you're considering still offering the drive-through capability?
Yeah, so roughly the changes that were made, drive-through pickup, it's a flat fee of $5 and it's one meal. We used to kind of give them choices, and it just created a more complex program. And so we simplified it, and they've been happy with it. They've been really happy with the meals that have been planned each day. So we'll continue to do that. And once we resume in person, they'll also be able to purchase their meal at the Adult Community Center, and then we would have some tables available for them to sit and eat.
Right. Okay. Perfect. I'm so happy. I'm so pleased to hear that. And I also just wanted to say I really appreciate you putting a 15% number of expanding the fee assistance program for our youth to, or whoever. I guess it's open to anyone. Yep. But I've said this before, I would love nothing more to use up every dime of that fee assistance program and for you to come back to us and request more. So Thank you for your work on that.
Sure. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Well done. All right. Our next presentation is from Police Captain Christina Bell.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Christina Bell, Captain with the Sheriff's Office and your Police Chief. So our mission in San Carlos is to create a partnership with the community, City Council, and city staff to improve the quality of life to our community members and business owners by the apprehension of criminals, crime prevention strategies, recognition, intervention, and resolution of issues within the community, and our involvement with the youth of our community. So in San Carlos, we have 4 patrol teams, and within those patrol teams, we have 5 sergeants, 1 being an admin sergeant, 14 deputy sheriffs, 2 are canines, 2 are dedicated motors. We are fortunate to have 3 field training officers within the city and 1 field training sergeant. We have a management analyst, a records technician, 3 full-time CSOs, and 4 part-time CSOs. And lastly, we have 2 dedicated detectives to San Carlos, but also we have access to our entire detective bureau. So for our school resource officers, during the pandemic, we had to repurpose some of our school resource officers within our core functions and divisions. Our Albert, who was the former school resource officer, actually got a position within the Civil Bureau and has been there since. So congratulations to him. He did a great job with the schools as well as the bridging the gap with the community policing unit. Our volunteers, which is our volunteer, we call them SVIPs. We have over 40 within the Sheriff's Office, and because of the pandemic, they were all at home. I'm just now seeing them again. I'm very happy to have them, and we have them and use them as directed patrols, so we just have more eyes and ears on the streets for you guys in this community. Other Sheriff's Office resources, as you guys are well aware of, we've got a SWAT team, bomb squad, our crime suppression unit, vehicle theft task force, narcotics task force, and our PERT team, which is actually housed here within San Carlos. And that's our psychiatric emergency response team, where we have 2 detectives and 2 clinicians. We have a drone program, a new CAD system, Smart Force, which is our guiding principle for our intelligence-led policing. We're currently in a pilot with a company called Peregrine, which allows us to gather data from all of our systems, map things, and have a better visual representation of our crime trends. And we utilize the 3 crime analysts within the Sheriff's Office for that task. Next slide, please. So in 2021, some accomplishments. We supported the EOC, the city's EOC, on a daily basis during COVID, as well as the county's EOC during the mass vaccinations and also other small intricacies. The city provided money to for the jail to make the masks for our old folk homes here in town. Sorry, I don't know how to say that. I digress. So we also secured $280,000 in grant funding from the state to support the traffic and alcohol related. So that's through OTS, and that allows us to deploy more motors, as well as in the future, in June, we're going to have a DUI checkpoint in the city of San Carlos. Also in 2021, we reduced the overall traffic collisions within the town, which is great. We kind of attribute that to the fact that everyone was home and not driving. So, but it's a win. We maintained a high violent crime rate, like a clearance rate. So that's very important with the violent crimes, that we find the suspects, hold them accountable, and put them in jail. We held a less than 5-minute response time for priority 1 calls at 81%, which I'll show you on the next slide. And lastly, we had 2 enhanced crisis intervention trainings since January. So about half of our San Carlos deputies are trained on that. I'd like to also say that the reason why we have the high clearance rate is the deputies that are assigned here take the case from start to finish. And yes, we rely on the Detective Bureau, but we have very ambitious individuals here that want to make sure that they have some accountability within themselves to help the victims within the city. Next slide, please. So as you'll see, for calls for service for the fiscal year 1920, were 13,575. Of those, only 143 were emergency calls or priority 1 calls. So we took over 2,000 crime reports and issued only 3,765 citations because not many people driving. We also took the approach of COVID-19 of education and also just giving people a break during the very difficult times. We made 612 arrests, and we had 3,046 directed patrol activities, which means that is self-initiated activity or a passing check, something that our deputies are being proactive and not just going to a call for service that they were called to. So the going back to the percent of emergency calls responded under 5 minutes is 81%. So of those 143, only 28 were slightly over. So when we do our annual report, it is the average of all the emergency calls, which the average is always under 5 minutes. And so the percent of customers who are satisfied with police services, that comes from the community satisfaction survey. So we're at 84% for 1920, and then since the last one for the first quarter of 21 is almost 81%, which I'm happy with, but I know we can do better. Next is the percent of violent crimes cleared. We're at 72.7%, which is great. It's higher than the average in the region. And the percent of property crimes cleared is only 18.7%, but that is higher from the last time that this performance measure was presented, and I believe it was at 13% roughly. Don't quote me on that, but I know it's more this time. Those are more challenging because suspects are most likely not known, so it takes way more effort to figure out who they are. The number of abandoned vehicles that were marked were 489, and we abated 100%, which means that we either contacted the owner and had them move their vehicle, or within 72 hours, we didn't locate the individual, and their vehicle was towed. Next slide, please. Continuing on, so the next 4, you'll see a percent of citizens, and then there's a satisfaction level of our sheriff's office. So what we do here, our management analysts will pull a list of individuals who have had contact with us based on them calling us for service. And then we deploy the survey cards with snail mail, and then we rely on them to return. So what we receive back, which is roughly 10 to 15%, depending on the time of year. So 98% felt that they were satisfied with the level of service received by the sheriff's office. and 98.7% that our deputies displayed professionalism, 98.7% that they displayed the knowledge and technical competence of the job, and 98.2% where the deputies show that they care and are concerned during the interaction, which is very important to me and us here. And lastly, our parking citations are at 5,728, which is lower than the previous fiscal year because of COVID, and number of warnings issued, are 352. And that equated to a 11% reduction in the accidents from the year prior. And we're projecting about the same this year. So our goals, 2021 to 2023. So we would like to see potentially a full-time downtown services unit staff member. And as it stands today, that it's filled on an overtime basis from the funding received from council, which was reduced during COVID. If we have a full-time personnel down there, then you have a mainstay deputy that will be able to communicate with the community, the business owners, and have a well-rounded understanding of downtown and the surrounding areas. We're working with Public Works to identify and implement a guided parking enforcement program to replace the former system, which will work with our vigilant system with the ALPRs that basically will be able to image a vehicle, and then if it's timed parking and another deputy drives by, and then it'll send an alert and say, hey, that vehicle has been there for more than 20 minutes, and we'll compare the pictures and then make sure it hasn't moved, and then we can issue a citation. And also for the Wheeler Plaza, we're working on getting those types of cameras in there. And another goal is to maintain the heightened focus on traffic safety enforcement, which is, as mentioned before, as things are opening up, we will see traffic increase. And so it's extremely important for us to be visible and enforce the laws. And lastly, we'll increase the community awareness to help prevent theft. So the biggest thing with theft prevention is education, and also guided patrols and enforcement. Next slide, and that is it.
Great, thank you, Chief Bell, I appreciate that. Councilmember Collins, and then Councilmember Rack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief Bell. That was a good presentation, and I have to say you've excuse me, you've just slid right into the job, and it's almost been a seamless transition. And thank you for that. I wanted to ask though about the item you have about secure funding for a full-time downtown services unit person. Is that otherwise known as having a beat cop downtown?
We could call it like a walking beat. However, they would have a vehicle, so they could be an extra body for the city if needed, as calls for service come up. Well, but my vision, I'm sorry, is to make sure that we have a designated individual, like a liaison, that can really because what I'm hearing from the community and also from council is that you guys want the presence, like a lot of presence in downtown. And if we're continuing to get pulled for calls for service, in the hills, on the east side, then we're unable to stay as long as we would like. So that is the reason for that.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of that. I remember the days when we had Frank Harrington, who I know he was a volunteer, didn't carry a gun or anything, but he was so well known downtown. And whether it's a volunteer or one of our staff members, I just think it's great that we would have somebody who would be very well known downtown. It'd be a great presence, and I think just their simple presence would have an untold effect on preventing whatever could go wrong down there. So I'm fully in support of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, thanks for the presentation. I just want to follow up with Ron's question on the downtown officer. When you say you're looking for a full-time downtown services unit, so are you talking about sort of a multiple shift? I don't know if you do 12-hour shifts or how you do the shift. Are you talking about sort of 24/7 type of role, or are you talking, what are you sort of, what's your ideal situation for that?
Ideal situation would be two deputies on a 410. I'll take one on a 410, but that would be like Thursday to Sunday during our hot times when downtown is vibing, I guess you could say. People are out and about and we need that. And they can flex their hours and that can look differently for the community and whatever the council wants. But the reason with the difference with the full-time employee is that as it stands, I can't mandatory anyone to cover that shift because it's not a full-time position. So it just becomes a union issue. So with our ability to have a full-time employee, like it's a for sure person during these hours during this week, or if we need to change their schedule for the following week because there's an event, then we can have that flexibility.
Okay, and if you had 2 410s, or however, that would allow you more flexibility to say, oh, we could do it Wednesday through Sunday, or is it more just it just gives you more flexibility throughout that time period to spread things out, or people are on vacation or other things to kind of give you that opportunity?
Yeah. So they would essentially work the same schedule, so they would have a cover person for them. So, I would hate for them to be by themselves and then, their current cover is like pretty far away. So that's, if I could have everything I want. But again, like we wouldn't have to cover the vacation signups like we had that other person. They wouldn't be able to be off at the same time, and then we would just have that mainstay.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So a quick question about that. So my understanding is that some of the issues that we've had downtown have been with particular establishments. Is it your expectation, Chief Bell, that this full-time patrol, should we put them in place, would be responsible for primarily overseeing those establishments, or would you expect that they would cover the whole of the downtown? The reason I'm asking is if it's the former, there may be other models that we may want to consider. For example, Redwood City had some challenges with some, hot spots where they required the establishment to hire security guards as opposed to make that a public expense. So could you provide a little bit more color on your ideas around programming? Thank you.
Of course. So to me, it's about building relationships. And so if we have that full-time employee that is a familiar face, that they will get to know the owners, get to know the patrons, then, the likelihood that we'll have the reduction in some crimes that we're seeing, or just like some issues, then that will go down. But, if whatever the council needs, if the council wants us to stay in a certain block radius, then that's fine. If they would like us to expand, and if we can run it like, okay, this part of the year, we're going to do this because it's busier here. And it's all about just assessing our data.
Okay, so I don't know that totally answers my question, but perhaps we can explore it more on Saturday. What I'm trying to get at is what are their specific tasks that they're going to undertake. So perhaps if you could maybe bring that to the fore next Saturday, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor McDowell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This might be a next Saturday request for information too, but I'm wondering the pros and cons of using a volunteer in policing versus an actual deputy.
I will definitely take that for Saturday, but just on the face of it, a volunteer is very limited to what they can and cannot do. They're kind of like a security guard, right? You observe and report. So you'll get a faster response if it is a uniformed deputy. Hopefully that answers.
We can continue on Saturday, but thank you.
Yeah.
That's a good answer for now. Thank you.
Yes,
all right. Thank you, Chief Bell. Much appreciated.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Next up is our Public Works Department, Stephen Machida, Public Works Director.
Madam Mayor, I think fire is up next.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So Fire and Emergency Services Department, Acting Fire Chief Dave Pucci. Sorry about that. Dave.
No problem. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members, as well as city staff, who has been some time since I've been able to see you. It's great to be able to present to you tonight. I'm Dave Pucci. I'm the Acting Fire Chief with Redwood City Fire, and we will be talking about some of the services overview of our fire department. If we get to the next slide. So the main services that the contract with Redwood City Fire provides is as listed here. Fire suppression refers to what you would expect. It's structure fire, wildland fire, trash fire extinguishment. Emergency medical services, which account for about 53% of our overall calls in San Carlos, are mostly emergency medical response. Fire prevention refers to a list of activities and services that we provide to the city, which include fire and life safety inspections, as well as investigations of cause and origin of fires, whatever type they are, as well as wildland fire interface inspections and plan check and plan review. Public assist calls could be pretty much anything that you would imagine that someone would call the fire department. Sometimes they can be a broken pipe to an animal rescue, any type of service call like that. And rescue response would be that human rescue of any kind of trouble that somebody could imagine they can get into. We also provide the training for the community emergency response teams. We were able to provide a couple of classes last year, and largely due to COVID and the impact of COVID, we've been unable to have people do in-person classes and are definitely looking forward to ramping that up in the coming year when COVID settles down. And then public education and community outreach is always a big part of what we do in San Carlos. We find a great deal of satisfaction meeting with school kids, being at the downtown events and being at the farmers markets on the weekends, and do a ton of public education and outreach. And next slide. So some of our accomplishments from last year, just like every city department, the impact of COVID-19 can't be understated. We were part of the Emergency Operations Center during the beginning of the pandemic. I remember the very first phone call I got from our city manager in response to that very clearly, and we have been responding to COVID-19 ever since. So while we did this, throughout the entire COVID-19 impact, we've been able to maintain 100% of our services to the community. We're able to provide the proper PPE and training necessary for our personnel, and managed to keep our personnel very healthy, despite the fact that they came in contact with hundreds and hundreds of confirmed COVID patients over the course of the pandemic. Also, with regard to our fire and life safety inspections, we are on pace to complete all of our mandated state inspections, which is always a goal of ours every year. Next slide. Another important note, this is something that I started when I was over in San Carlos, is we were able to get the FEMA grants for fuels mitigation. Fuels mitigation is one of the primary means that we have to get ahead of the wildfire problem in San Mateo County. Last summer's fire activity only underscored the importance of continued fuel mitigation. I'm glad that we got ahead of the curve and were able to secure that grant several years ago, and we completed phase 2. And working really closely with Parks and Rec and Public Works, Stephen and Amy are great partners to have as we have worked through that whole process. Another way that we pivoted this last year is as we got through the bulk of the COVID-19 ramp up, and we're still dealing with emergency calls in the field, the fire service was uniquely positioned to be able to serve the community in a pretty untraditional way by helping with mass vaccinations. So we have taken part in the mass vaccination sites at San Francisco International Airport, at the San Mateo County Event Center, as well as smaller local vaccination clinics in hard-hit communities in North Fair Oaks, and we will be continuing to do that. At the same time, last summer, as we always do, we provided mutual aid to statewide fire activity. And as you know, the statewide fire activity continues to get worse. The fires continue to burn more acreage, burn longer, and require more personnel than we have ever needed before. And unfortunately, last year we had an event that was very local to us. The CZU Lightning Complex hit us quite hard, and we were able to provide services to that. It was really interesting to see last year that some of these fires that we were having would be 100,000 acres, 200,000 acres, and they might have 4,000 firefighters on any given fire. And what we were seeing is about half the personnel available to respond to wildland fires over the course of the summer because of statewide staffing and the impact of COVID. So the staffing at the large-scale fires was greatly reduced last year. Next slide. So here are some of our performance measures. When it comes to total incidents, that's the first line. We actually saw a dip from the trend. Our trend over the last 12, 15 years has been very consistent. Our call volume is going up, and this is true for us as a department as a whole, as well as San Carlos and Redwood City individually. So we're seeing the calls for service just rise along with population. We did have a little bit of a dip. So the 2020 actuals are going to be a little bit low because in the initial shelter in place, it just caused a reduction of every kind of call that we had. There were a few people being involved in car accidents because less traffic. There were people calling for services because they were sheltered in place. So we are projecting a significant rise in the number of calls for service in 2021. As you can see, our public education events drop off a cliff. So for 2020, we were able to get 31 of those before we cut it off for COVID-19 to work with the shelter in place order. And we have yet to resume fully our public education events. And that's the same is true for the participants that just dropped off because of COVID as well. We look forward to the shelter in place, lifting, and we'll be able to re-engage with our community, get back in the schools when they go back to school, and enjoy that contact as we really enjoy that. Our plan reviews, we've been able to keep up with that, as well as inspections despite COVID. We did pause our fire and life safety inspections for about 3 months in the very beginning of COVID-19 last March. March before last, and paused that for a quarter. And then we had the proper PPE in place and the policies in place to be able to resume inspections, which we did. So we really only lost about 3 months of time. And then percentage of fire investigations with a determined cause, it's typically right around 5 or so a year in the city of San Carlos. Those are the ones that we can determine what caused it, but the number of investigations initiated, which would be a fire that requires the response of an investigator, remains around that 15 to 20 mark over the course of the year. Next slide. So our goals for next year is to continue to provide staffing for the EOC and really enjoy the ability as the fire department to help in any way that we can, because we're focused on recovery at this point. So we have responded to the COVID-19 emergency response, and now we want our community to recover from that. So however we can support that to get business to resume, whatever additional inspections are required, or collaboration with other city departments to make sure that our local businesses are leaning forward in the recovery, we will absolutely support that. We're also looking to establish a Fire Explorer Post program. We have a cadet program within the fire department, and those are for people who are college age that are looking to get in the fire service career. But we're looking for an avenue where we can have our local youth that are interested in that high school age range in the fire service, an avenue for them to become engaged with us. So I started as an explorer when I was 16 years old, and that's what got me in public safety. And I want to open up that opportunity to youth in our towns so they can actually go to the fire station, go on ride-alongs, and learn about the fire service. We will continue to assist mass vaccinations in San Mateo County. We have a partnership with one of our local hospitals that I'm actually meeting with tomorrow, because right now we're in a transition time where the county has been focused on mass vaccination. They shifted to some local community vaccination clinics, and now they want to transition out of those to go back to the mass vaccination clinics. So we are in a position to provide some support and take the workload of the local vaccination clinics off the county and start providing those to our communities. And I'm not sure the locations or what kind of vaccine numbers we're going to get, but we're working hard to be part of that solution. We're going to continue to do fuels management. When we started that program and we started off with the initial FEMA grant, we had identified city parks and had a plan for all the city parks to do the work. And then we had established a budget to maintain the work once we completed it. And as we went through that process, we found that there were also parcels of other city-owned land that could be maintained, even though they weren't city parks. So the project has continued to grow as we've identified more opportunities for fuels management. We've also been working well with other local agencies that own land in the watershed and open space to encourage them to get effective fuels management plans in place that would directly affect our community. And next slide, please. our goals continue to be working forward towards moving forward with Station 60, and thank you to the council for the support with that station. We look forward to breaking ground, and we have our plans in place for how we're going to get moving on that project, and excited to see the progress that we've made so far. That is going on track very well. We will continue to support the strategic plan with the city in any way that we can. And also we have, we're looking forward to resuming a couple of activities that we've done before and have not been able to do with COVID. One is the evacuation drills. So that fits in with our public education model, because wildfire preparedness is not just about what the city is doing to protect the community by doing fuels mitigation. It's also educating the public on what they can do on their own lands through wildfire preparedness meetings and providing that education, but also conducting evacuation drills. And that helps us with identifying what that human behavior component is when they actually get that phone call that says it's time to evacuate. And we also have a new evacuation system in place that is called Zone Haven that we're still developing. It is in place now, but it had just really been put in place on a functional level when the CZU Lightning Complex fire hit, and it was used many times over the course of that fire. So we know that we are on the right track with the right development of a evacuation system, and we'll continue to work on that. And next slide. Any questions?
All right, thank you. Any questions for Acting Fire Chief Pucci?
Actually, this is Tara. I don't have a question, but I had a couple of clarifications, if you don't mind, because poor Dave, he stepped in for Chuck, which we really do appreciate. But we did hold a wildfire virtual meeting last year. It was in September of 2020. And we are planning another one for August of this year. And the Zone Haven evacuation drill is scheduled for July. So just wanted to add those couple of things that Dave would not have known about.
Okay, thank you, Tara. Appreciate that. I just have a quick question. Should the governor lift or reopen starting June 15th? How much further out would you expect the emergency office to be remain in effect? You talked about moving to recovery, so could you talk a little bit about what that looks like?
Are you talking about regarding the emergency declaration?
Yeah, right. The EOC, you'd mentioned that would stay open, the emergency office.
Yeah, so with the declaration of an emergency, that's really up to the city manager in consultation with the city council and also with the city attorney. At some point when we see a significant reduction in infection rates and the impact that we don't need to do that emergency response and we don't need those powers that is provided under an emergency declaration, that is when city staff can look at the time it would be to reduce what the city needs to do as far as the emergency declaration and declaring an end to the emergency. I would expect, just based on what I'm hearing about COVID-19, is that locally we're doing very well. Our infection rates are down significantly. And I think the lingering concern that I'm hearing about is, even though we're doing well here, that many parts of the world are still not doing so well, and there's still concern for variants. And that is the curveball that I'm concerned about, is what variants will spin out of some other part of the world that may be resistant to the vaccine. But absent that, I'm optimistic that in the next couple of months, that can certainly be a conversation we get involved in.
Great, thank you. All right, I don't see any additional questions, so thank you so much for your presentation.
Great, thank you.
All right, and now we go to Public Works Department, Stephen Machida, Public Works Director. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council Member, Stephen Machida, Director of Public Works. You have the next slide, please. So the Department of Works actually has two divisions. One is on the engineering side, and the other is kind of the maintenance side. So in the engineering side, it's composed of 8 employees. And then the maintenance side is actually composed of 22 staff, full-time staff members. And then we additionally have maintenance contractors. Typically they work in like our parks maintenance, medium maintenance, street lights, signal maintenance, and street sweeping. Next slide, please. So Public Works Major Services for engineering. Basically, we establish and conduct capital improvement programming, engineering essentially, review private development and permitting, which would include traffic and engineering, traffic operation analysis, and the safety and effective movement of people, activities, transportation. And then we also manage and administer the Transportation and Circulation Commissions, who essentially reports back to council on certain measures related to transportation. We also manage the parking program and sidewalk program. One thing we didn't, or I didn't include on this slide, is we also manage our stormwater program, as well as reporting to the water board. So next slide, please. So some of the accomplishments that we achieved is we repaired the tripping hazards. These are the sidewalk tripping hazards of over 200 properties. As you recall, probably 2 years ago, we had approximately 400 cases that were still open. And I had mentioned to you that we would actually repair the 400, 200 each year. So 200 a year ago, and then 200 this current year. So we're still on track, although we are a little bit delayed somewhat because of the kind of the pandemic that occurred. Another major accomplishment is we just completed the San Carlos Avenue pedestrian safety improvements. This is both phases 1 and 2. And then as you had heard throughout all departments, the COVID pandemic really is a common thread that we all faced a lot of challenges. From public works standpoint, basically, we've all seen the little orange water walls out that we have placed out in Laurel Street to provide for the restaurants as well as local retails. We closed various streets. We had a lot of different signage. And so certainly those are the things that we actually have seen, or probably most people have seen. But additionally, we have to work closely with Rebecca and Amy actually to kind of reestablish some of the cleaning protocols in all the parks. So basically we had to look at all of the public restrooms, the playgrounds, as well as the basketball courts and tennis courts that we actually had to address initially during the COVID pandemic, and then gradually started opening up these facilities as the system kind of improved. But probably what many people probably haven't really seen is a lot of the work that we have done in all the facilities. Basically, this has started probably last July, where we actually had sneeze guards. We actually installed the sneeze guards at all the public counters, as well as sneeze guards to all the offices, as well as cubicles that we have in all our public buildings. Additionally, we needed to install the thermal scanners to take temperatures, as well as putting in the hand sanitizer stations in all the facilities. And then additionally, we changed out all the filters to the HVAC systems to a little bit higher quality, again, to kind of protect our current staff. So these are some of the things, and then we're going to continue to kind of look at other opportunities. We certainly anticipate we're going to have to do a little bit more work as far as in preparation for reopening. However, a lot of the heavy lifting has already been done. Next slide, please. So some of the key performance measures, basically, some of our reports were about 39 from last year, but we expect to go 51. Basically, non-CIP related information notices created 9 from last year and 10 we expect to do this coming year. However, we do know that, one of the priorities that council has that, they want a lot more information kind of related to not only non-CIP, but probably CIP information related and get those notices out to the public. So we will talk a little bit more about that. And on Saturdays, but these are something that we heard very clearly from council, and then we were talking about the informed San Carlos requests. Approximately averages about a little over 115, 120 per year, and the programs managers are a total of 15 for both years. Next slide, please. So sidewalk program, and as I mentioned, sidewalk, we actually completed or will be completed the 400 sidewalk backlog. As you can see, we really attempted to really focus on, and I'll just focus on the first line. We did 10,000 square feet of repaired sidewalk here. This was in last year. we had a little dip as a result, as I mentioned, because of COVID. We actually had to pause the program a little bit just until we could really understand what the process is and what the county was going to allow. I think most of you remember initially when the county declared the emergency, they were not even allowing landscapers or pool people to actually go out into the community to provide those services. So again, we had a little pause as a result of some of our projects. Next slide, please. Traffic engineering, again, we also kind of experienced a little dip in some of the traffic engineering studies occurred. I think, as it was pointed out, because there were many people working from home, the traffic actually had changed. Traffic patterns had changed, and conducting the traffic studies during when it's perhaps non-normal times, it really wouldn't provide any fruitful information that we could use to provide or to make any changes to the signage or improvements that we might need to do. So as we start to open up, we anticipate probably more and more traffic circulation studies, more things, speed zone surveys to be done accordingly. Next slide, please. So parking program, basically we do have one parking program that's in the greater East Side, San Carlos area. Basically, we kind of somewhat paused that program before issuing the permits, I think in many instances because, we were working together with the sheriff's office as far as not knowing that more people were going to be home. We wanted to ensure that the people in the greater East Side would not be receiving tickets. But in many instances, because we were working at home, it was a little bit more difficult, a little bit more challenging to actually issue permits. Although I think, as time went on, I think we were able to find a program that we could issue the permits. And so we're starting to ramp up that program once again and start issuing the parking permits, not only for the greater East Side, but also for the employees in City Hall. So development and permit. So basically, I guess what I really wanted to point out is if you look at the inspections conducted, this is in 2020, we had about 2,600 inspections conducted during this time. And a lot of that is attributed to, a lot of the work that was actually happening on the east side, mainly the new construction off industrial. We still anticipate a lot of that work in the inspection will continue on. And then as more and more projects kind of move forward as a result of not only private development, but we also expect CIP related inspections to also be increasing over a period of time as we open up. Next slide. So capital improvement. So this is a project table, and please forgive me. We did have a significant error. As you can see, the first line, number of projects in 2020 is 65, and in 2020 is 22. It's a very large disparity. Actually, I think we really didn't realize that 65 is actually an aggregate of all the CIP projects. So this would include projects that we not only completed, but projects that we haven't started, projects that perhaps been deferred. And so it is really not on the same basis if you look at the 2020 and 2021. If you were just to make the comparison between the 2 years in 2020 and, the 2022 is basically of the projects completed. So in 2020, we actually completed 28 projects. And so the dollars invested in capital improvement would be closer to about $20 million. So again, those two lines were done in error, and certainly we'll change that as part of the budget process. Next slides. So the administration, or the goals for the administration in Nigeria is we continue to build consensus on the infrastructure and the maintenance and priorities. We'll probably talk a little bit more about that at the Saturday meeting. But one of the things that we really do want to focus a lot is on our street repaving system. But we also want to look at some of the pedestrian and bicycle accessibility and safety. As the council is fully aware, they adopted, or you adopted, the bicycle master plan last year in July. We do want to complete the major infrastructure and transportation CIP projects, implement the neighborhood traffic management program, or the NTMP, and then work with our partners in the school district to really look at the traffic issues as it relates to around the school, as well as in performing kind of the walk audits that had been suspended as a result of kind of working from home and school not really being in session. Next slide, please. Continuing, we still want to inform and educate the public about all the traffic options that we may have. One of the things as a result of the Citizen Academy, that was an opportunity that we were able to educate the public as far as what we do and what we can do as far as traffic options or traffic calming. So that was an opportunity that unfortunately went away, and so we didn't have that ability to as easily to conduct that training. We assist other departments with their strategic plans and goals. And then, as always, we need to identify all those critical traffic bottlenecks. As you can imagine, because work from home has been as many traffic, so bottlenecks haven't really appeared, but I think they are starting to show up. And I kind of mentioned a little bit more about the COVID-19 pandemic issues that we all have to deal with. So that really concludes from engineering and administration. So I'll go on to the facilities side. So their major services is to manage and maintenance of all city buildings, respond to service requests from city staff, and then respond to the service requests from the public. So some of the accomplishments that they made, completed they provide excellent customer service. They actually rekeyed all the locks citywide, so that we're able to clearly be able to use your car key, if you will. Okay, ensured residents to know how to report to maintenance issues, whether that's call us inform, or whether it be via email or phone calls. Assisted with all the facility CIP projects, so many include kind of the fire stations or library kitchen improvements. Complete the vehicle remote projects. I apologize, this is a little bit cryptic, but this is a project that we had. The front and back gates at the corporation yard actually were malfunctioning, and so we actually had to completely replace those two gates. And as a result, we needed to change kind of the remote protocol, if you will, or the clickers, if you will. And so that included all our vehicles, as well as some of the fire and police or sheriff offices. And then we completed the facilities related to COVID-19. Next week. So some of the key performances, very similar to what you're going to see from year to year, is basically they maintaining the nine facilities. Basically because we haven't really enlarged any of our facilities. It's still the 205. However, once Fire Station 16 comes along, that number will increase. And then requests for completed within first week, it's 85%, and in 48 hours, 100%. So goals for the maintenance facilities, again, to provide excellent customer service. They completed the issue of electronic ID badges to the contractors. They will continue to assist the facility CIP projects, any new things. Again, as I mentioned, the fire station, some of the fire station repair projects as it relates to air conditioning and heating. And then they also helped out to complete the EOC for emergency operations and upgrades. So fleet, we're talking about fleet management. So we're talking here about the vehicle maintenance. So they manage the vehicle equipment maintenance and purchasing, operate the courtyard fuel station, and then dispose of any city vehicles or equipment. So as you can imagine, with all fleet, we all have to smog and smoke test all our vehicles, just similar to what you do with your own personal vehicle. They actually prepare the specification for the new bucket truck. So this bucket truck is actually going to be used to assist us perhaps on some of the street lighting, but mainly to change out some of the signage, street signs that you can see on our overhead traffic signals. Complete the California emissions requirement for our fleet, and then created a spill prevention control measure for our City Hall generator. And again, this is something that has been required by the state, just to ensure that we contain any of the fuel that could escape. So next slide, please. So accomplishment for fleet management is they collaborate with risk management for the insurance renewal. So basically, these are some of the things that we need to take care of just to reduce some of our risk. And then they saved approximately $82,000 on repurposing 2 trucks. So we actually had 2 vehicles that needed to be repurposed. And we did that so we could allow, a new truck or a truck for parks in our sign department. And basically what it really required is kind of eliminating or removing a bed off of one truck so that, and we salvaged that truck while we're still able to use the bed on the repurposed truck. So this is something that it's very rare that people do, but we were able to do that because we needed an additional truck. Next slide, please. So the performance measures for the fleet maintenance is, pretty much similar across the board. Although if you look at the value on the fifth line, the value of vehicle and equipment surplus. So in 2020, we had about $2,800 surplus. However, in 2021, again, we're not quite certain how many vehicles are going to be surplus as a result. I think as a result of, we still need to take inventory. And one of the things as a result of COVID, we have been assigning a maintenance worker to a single truck. So basically nobody's paired up, which we normally do, but we assign a person to a single truck. Again, just for their protection. So next slide, please. So the goals for fleet maintenance is continue to do the smog and smoke testing of the fleet, stay compliant with the air board requirements, and then purchase a new bucket truck, as well as a Class 8 dump truck and asphalt patch truck. Next slide. So going on to parks maintenance, the major services is manage and maintain the safety of city parks, playgrounds, median trails, and athletic fields and courts. They manage the third-party contractors, and these are the contractors I mentioned earlier in the org chart. And as always, conserve water, make efforts to conserve water in all our parks and medians. Next slide. So some of the accomplishments is they adapted the new maintenance practice for parks, restrooms, playgrounds to disinfect restrooms daily, and the playgrounds weekly. This is as a result of what we heard from the CDC initially when the pandemic first came out. We also installed the cornhole toss game that kind of Amy alluded to in her presentation. This is at Burton Park. And then we assisted the master gardeners on landscaping around City Hall, the courtyard, the planting areas, and some of the improving irrigation. And probably most of you have seen some of the work that has been done in that courtyard. Next slide, please. So park maintenance accomplishments. So they completed the maintenance project at Cedar, Hillcrest, and other neighborhood parks. They beautified the Sister City Lane with some new pots and plants, and those you probably see next to the Wheeler Plaza alleyway. And then completed 30% of the Vista Park second phase planting with aromatics, and then 90% of the third phase of North Vista Park, improving the drainage and irrigation. So park maintenance, more park maintenance accomplishment. They cleared about an acre of Scotch broom in the upper Arguello Park for fire prevention. I guess this is something in conjunction that we work with the fire department just to kind of make sure that we're addressing a lot of the wildfire threat, and then continue the fire prevention effort in all open space areas. Next slide, please. So performance measures, very similar to what we see from year to year, basically about 62.5 acres developed park. the work orders completed in the House, we actually projected we're going to do approximately 800. And what we're finding with parks maintenance is, even though there has been a pandemic, one of the things that we have noticed that there still is a demand for, for making, addressing various things, whether it was, things that we saw, basic, just general pickup cleaning, or, in other instances, it might be as it relates to, taking care of a certain park issue. So we do project work orders in the parks will continue to climb as we reopen. Next slide, please. So park maintenance goals is, as always, we continue water conservations in all our parks and medians, implement the Chilton Park Master Plan, continue to respond to customer service, and then continue to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. So wastewater overview. So major service is we manage the maintenance of the sanitary sewer system, including the mains, laterals, and lift stations. We manage capital improvement projects for collection system replacement. So these are kind of the critical things that we have talked at length with council, but this is to kind of replace a lot of our old aging sewer mains. We respond to residents' requests and emergencies, and then respond to Silicon Valley Clean Water for various funding needs. And this is really as it relates to some of the inspections that they need to do as a result of grease that we might see a business be generating. Next slide, please. So accomplishment in wastewater is maintain effective sewer maintenance and customer service. Despite we actually had some shortages because of the COVID schedule rotation. We actually will be increasing the number of mainline CCTV investigation, and we successfully executed in-house emergency point repairs. So some of the performance measures, as you mentioned, if you look at the second line, the linear feet of sewer lines clean in 2020, it's just a little over 230,000 linear feet. In 2021, we really want to do a little bit more than that, so we're projecting to do like 350,000 linear feet. And again, this kind of correlates to probably some of the emergency responses. Actually, the more lines that you do clean, there's less likely that you're going to experience the SSOs or sanitary sewer overflows, just because the roots or any kind of blockage, they tend to cause the sewer main to surcharge. They're cause problems either in the main or in sewer laterals. So next slide, please. So the wastewater goals is, again, to continue to reduce the number of sanitary sewer flows, and that's always the biggest challenge, but that's always something that we always try to complete. Continue to provide the excellent service, increase the number of linear feet of main sewer lines clean, and then research and implement any new sewer technologies. And some of the things that we're looking at is they call smart manhole covers, and this allows us to monitor the depth of the sewer main, of the flow in the sewer main. This kind of perhaps gives us a little bit better indication of when sewer lines actually surcharge, or perhaps when it is about to overflow out of the main. So next slide, please. So let's talk about stormwater. So major services, monitoring and maintaining storm drain systems. We also need to look at our levee maintenance and repair, the storm drain pipe and culvert cleaning, and then implement the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES permit. And then we also need to monitor the creek, basically for flow debris, as well as if there's any blockage or that could occur that cause other discharge problems. Next slide, please. So the accomplishment in stormwater, we completed the storm season preparation. I think probably I spoke to probably all of us council members, is basically our storm season is when we pretty much do all hands on deck. Basically, this requires all our maintenance people to actually assist to clean, the pipes and creeks and storm drain again, so that we don't have any flooding, level flooding in the streets or in someone's houses. We also clean about 250 trash capture devices at least 3 times a year. We have built a wood retaining wall at 3017 Britton Avenue, and this is not actually at that address, but it's actually behind Britton, this address, and it is a kind of a natural pond, but it has caused us problems in the past, so we're actually trying to figure out a solution. But as a temporary means, is we built a wood retaining wall that will actually help drain that pond, so that there's the residents won't experience backyard flooding. And then so we really haven't any major flooding because we have maintained the storm systems quite well. So next. So some of the key performance measures, basically from last year, we do anticipate actually doing more inspections and doing more cleaning from last year to this year. So again, I think as we're starting to open up and we're starting to be able to get out a little bit more, I think we're going to see a lot more activity in our stormwater and storm drain cleaning effort. So goals for stormwater is we'll continue to work with engineering to repair any of the damaged storm drain lines that we might see. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we did a retaining wall at 3017 Britton Avenue. Continue to clean the trash capture devices, and then prepare for next storm season. So now we'll go on to street maintenance. So the major services manages the bridge and retaining wall inspections, continue to provide pavement maintenance and any repair, maintain the street lighting system as well as the traffic signals, and then maintain traffic signals and markings and respond to any requests that might come about from the community. So the accomplishment, street maintenance is completed the 2020 pavement rehabilitation project. Continue to support engineering divisions on pavement rehabilitation, and then continue to do the sidewalk repair program and remove kind of the deviations, or these are the 3/4 inch deviations on over the 200 properties from the current backlog. And that we should complete, this is the second year, and so we should complete that by May of this year. Next slide, please. So performance measures very similar. The streetlights repaired last year, we had 11. We projected to do 20 in 2021, probably 20. And I think a lot of it is as a result of making sure we get out there to just make sure that streetlights are kind of taken care of. We also anticipate probably having to do a lot more curb painting. Last year was just under 500 linear feet. Now we expect to do a lot more. And then some of this is going to be as a result of, some of the curb painting needs to be refreshed. Some areas we want to put perhaps with no parking. So this is kind of a linear foot that we anticipate is 800 linear foot additional. We also going to focus a little bit more on dealing with some of the pothole repairs. So we practically double the number of square feet of pothole repairs that we're going to need to do. Next slide, please. So from last year, the number of miles paved is 1.8 miles, and we're projecting 2.5. We'll discuss this a little bit more on Saturday's session, but basically the focus that, I want our engineering staff really is to look at street rehab. And so we will be kind of making that request of council to actually fund, more streets so that we can actually go from our pavement condition index, or PCI, which you may have heard, from about the kind of lower 60s. So we start gradually trending more towards 70, and 70 is kind of the goal what we would like to achieve. So next slide, please. So the goals for street maintenance is to continue the annual street paving, traffic striping, and sidewalk repair projects. replace all street name, parking enforcement signs, meet new reflectivity standards. So these are the little higher reflectivity standards that you might see. Identify opportunities to provide green infrastructure on a lot of our streets. This is a requirement of the Water Board, and I know they are anxiously looking towards cities to actually kind of move towards green infrastructure. Update or implement our 5-year paving master plan, and then continue the sidewalk repair program and eliminate the sidewalk deviations. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Any questions for Councilmember Dugan? A couple of questions, and then if there's other council members.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Steve. You guys obviously cover a lot of ground and a challenging year on your front, I'm sure. Just a quick question. So I thought the San Carlos Avenue sidewalk program was just, a big win for San Carlos, a big improvement, especially improved safety to Arundel Elementary School. So just nice to see that completed. I didn't notice it in your list of goals, but do we have any more kind of significant sidewalk improvement projects on the horizon? And if not, how do you think about that? How can we think about that as a council? I mean, I didn't go through that particular project, but it just seems to me that we have a lot of substandard sidewalks and children moving around, safety sort of things. And, a town like ours, it just seems like we should, just kind of keep a continuous sidewalk improvement program going, not just the repairs, but actually adding sidewalks, thinking through school travel safety and really just being proactive on that.
So, thank you for bringing that question up. As I mentioned, the San Carlos project we completed the first and second phase. The third phase is actually currently under design, and it will actually go from, I believe, Wellington all the way to Kenton, and as Beverly, across the street from Beverly. And essentially what that will do is that will kind of make that connection so that you have complete sidewalk on the easterly side or eastern side of San Carlos Avenue. So that would actually provide a sidewalk essentially from Prospect all the way to essentially Beverly. So, that's the next big project. And as I mentioned, that's currently under design. Now, there's some other opportunities that we want to see, and that's something that, we wanted to kind of look at, get some feedback. I know the council members have shared with me on other areas that we probably want to add some sidewalks. I would like to develop a plan, I think, in conjunction with perhaps the bicycle master plan as well. That way we could kind of utilize the plans that the master plan had outlined, and then we could start identifying those areas and those limits of work that we could, have in the ongoing phase of doing sidewalk improvements.
Yeah, terrific. And I don't know if we'd want to talk about it more on Saturday, but I personally would very much support kind of an ongoing adding of some amount of new sidewalks every year in San Carlos. So I'm glad to hear about the phase 3 and would love to keep learning more about sidewalks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Collins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Stephen. Very thorough presentation. I'm just going to keep it short because of the hour. A while back, and it's probably been a couple of years, I had heard from some residents about a section of Britain that is on the south side, west of Alameda, where the street dips there?
Yes.
Past the church. There's I don't know how long that section is, several hundred feet that has never been paved. And I don't know if we own that right away, if that's part of an easement or whatever. I'm just wondering if you have heard from anyone about that particular section being requested to be turned into a sidewalk, because right now it's just kind of dirt and weeds.
So I think probably when I first actually joined the city, I kind of initially heard that, but We haven't really pursued that, but that's certainly an area that, when I drive by there, I see that there is that opportunity. So that is something that perhaps we can look a little bit more closely at and see whether there is something that could be done, whether it's to add sidewalks, sidewalk there, or perhaps maybe change some of the geometrics of that lane, such that you could provide some type of sidewalk perhaps in the street while still making it safe.
Yeah, maybe we could just put it on the list. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Rack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Stephen, thanks for the presentation and for all the good work you and your department do. I just want to follow up on Ron's comment around the Britton Avenue, because I think it's something I've raised potentially with you before, is that you just, west of Alameda, it's a challenge to walk up and down Britton because it's not connected, right? So I think looking at how either on one side or the other, we can allow access down as we try to get more people walking would be worth taking a look at. I know it's a challenge, I think, probably from an engineering standpoint, but I would concur with Ron that it'd be worth exploring. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you, Stephen. Much appreciated. All right, at this time, if there's any members of the public who wish to make a comment. Crystal, do you want to share the instructions?
Yes, if you can just raise your hand if you have a public comment, and it looks like Sonia Elks has one, so you should be able to unmute yourself, Sonia.
Thank you for taking my comment. This has been a really great presentation. I appreciate all the staff. I think we have a great team in our city and council, and thank you, everybody. I just had a few comments, and I have to find my notes. I'm going to go backwards from what just came up. Thank you, Stephen, for your presentation. I wanted to echo the Britton Avenue piece. It's not just inconvenient, it's an actual serious hazard, because it's this blindness and this trying to walk with children there means you have to actually cut across, walk up this hill between the two streets because the sidewalk starts on one side and then it skips to the other side, and then you have to go back to the other side. It's a serious hazard. And I appreciate Ron Collins bringing that up and Adam seconding that. I really appreciate John Dugan's comment about prioritizing sidewalks, walking. I also want to really reiterate that we need to, any pedestrian project needs to also be a bike-friendly project. When we put in curb bulb outs, if they're going to go in, they need to have a bike accommodation. We can't do pedestrian or bike. It needs to be a combination. It needs to also be public transit friendly, right? So if Britton Avenue if we need a bus only lane on that Britton Avenue, we need to be very careful about where we put concrete. Public transportation is a huge part of sustainability, and that's a really big part of our climate needs. Bicycling infrastructure is not just an afterthought, feel-good thing. It's a crucial component for reducing our traffic and parking congestion, and also making a difference in climate change. It is one of the most helpful things that an individual can do to contribute to the overall planetary health, which is a really big part of the meaning of someone's life. So there's a lot of components there. Thank you for taking for that. And then very briefly to police department. Thank you, Chief Bell. I just wanted to say that the downtown officers.
Sonia, your 2 minutes are up. If you could wrap it up, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Can that vehicle that they're on be a bicycle? I think a big part of our downtown issues come from youth, riding wheels. A bicycle, uniform bicycle officer would be really helpful downtown. I'll bring up other comments later. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so that moves us to our, are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Crystal?
No, I don't see other hands.
Okay, all right, so now we'll move to council comment and discussion. Vice Mayor McDowell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will keep it brief, but I just wanted to say it was just so nice to hear from every department tonight, and I am just so grateful, and I know the community is so grateful for all of our staff's work in pivoting this year in a major way to help our community through the pandemic. And I really think that one of the silver linings, and I heard this over and over again, is that it helped many of our departments find ways to streamline and to automate some operations and to use more technology. And I'm just so impressed and so grateful for everyone stepping up in a million different ways. And it was very apparent tonight through all of the presentations. So I just wanted to share my appreciations.
Thank you. I'm not sure who raised their hand next with it, Councilmember Rack or Dugan?
I think it might have been me, Madam Mayor. And yeah, thank you. Just wanted to, I'll just echo Vice Mayor McDowell's comments, department after department, just a very strong list of accomplishments in a very challenging year, and everyone had to adapt and respond and do it under a decreased and pressured budget. So I'm very grateful for all that effort and work, and I know the community noticed it as well. Very much appreciate that. And we can all look forward to hopefully a better next fiscal year. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Dugan. Councilmember Rack?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to, again, thank everyone for the presentations today, and great work over the last fiscal year. It's definitely been a challenge, and look forward to Saturday's meeting. And I know we didn't have, just quickly, any kind of agenda setting on here. I just, at some point, would love, I saw an article I think in the Daily Post today about some of that housing bills moving in Sacramento, and I would really be keen to hear from our lobbyists and get an update on where that is and when it's, assuming it's getting closer to time to kind of weigh in. So I know there's no agenda setting, but wanted to just put that thought out.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Rack. It looks like, go ahead, Jeff.
I was just going to respond to that, and Tara maybe could help me out because I don't remember the exact date, but I believe we have this scheduled for one of your May meetings.
Yeah, the next meeting, May 10th.
Great, thank you.
So
you guys are amazing. You're just on it.
Agenda set.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to thank all of the presenters tonight and all of the staff members who joined the call, who were at the ready to answer questions. Again, a truly unprecedented year in terms of a global pandemic, untenable wildfires that literally surrounded the Bay Area, social and racial injustice issues that we were working through as a community and still are. Councilmember Dugan mentioned the fact that the budgets were, tightened, and I'm still really amazed at all of that was accomplished. This was just the highlights. It took us a little over 4 hours to get through all of those, and I know that there was much more work that was done that you didn't speak to tonight. But keeping the community engaged, working together in collaboration with the community, outstanding communication. Was had, and going into this, it was so unclear where we were going to end up, and the fact that the survey responses came back and the community is still very satisfied with the work that's being accomplished is truly remarkable. I just can't thank you enough, and incredibly impressed, and I wouldn't I just can't imagine what this year would have been like if you all hadn't been on the team, and I just really appreciate all of you. So thank you so much. All right. Well, I think that brings our meeting to a close. So we'll officially adjourn, and we will resume our discussions on Saturday at 9 a.m. Correct, Jeff?
That's correct. We'll see you then.
Thank
you, everybody.
Good night.
I'll be calling in from Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
All right. Take care. Bye.